All right. Good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, May 14th, and this is what, day 7 now of our budget hearings. And again, thanks to our wonderful staff and my colleagues for being here today and for all the departments. Today, we are going to be talking to facilities management, IT, human resources, finance, and workforce innovation and opportunities. So it's going to be another um, fact-filled and important day for us. First order of business is, of course, roll call. My name is Patrice Horseman, and I am a supervisor for District 1 and the chair of the board. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good morning, Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
And District 4.
Morning, Yada Bennett, Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor.
And District 5.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. Looking forward to all the presentations. This is Lena.
All right. The gang's all here. So if we can, I'm going to turn this over to our county manager to start us off.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board, and I'll kick it to Kim Musselman. We'll start out with facilities today. It's a day of internal services today, facilities, IT, HR, finance. So it's going to be a good day, and Kim will lead us off.
Thanks, Andy. Good morning, Chair Horseman, members of the board. It's my pleasure to introduce this morning our first internal services department that's going to be presenting and facilities. And just a couple of comments. First of all, thanks, Tom, for being here, for leading your department, for all the work that the facilities department does, including trying to manage all of our temperatures and different things in this building in particular, and all of our buildings across the county. We're very appreciative of all of them and just the shape and the condition that and cleanliness that they keep our buildings. So we're really appreciative of that. A couple of highlights with respect to the budget and the county manager's recommendation. First of all, a huge thanks to Tom and his team of really compiling what was a comprehensive analysis of the utilities across the county and those increases and what we needed to do to manage that. And that resulted in not only additional electric and water utility budget increases for facilities management, but also parks and rec and the sheriff's department. And so it was a really good collaboration and led by Tom, and really appreciate that. In addition, the department is receiving a motor pool budget adjustment, as many of our departments are, and also the 3% CPI. And then you will also see on their increments underneath their facilities tab related to what I just spoke about, but then also repair and replacement fund, getting some additional one-time funding to be able to keep those line items at where they can do the work that they need to do throughout the year to make sure our facilities are in the condition that they need to be, and repair and replacement is happening so that we don't have catastrophic failures. So you'll see there's some additional one-time funding related to electronic access control, Center for the Arts carpet, and also a building envelope supplement. And I know that Tom will go into some of that if there's questions about that as well. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Tom.
Tom, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. We're going to have some of our staff coming in here. We thought we'd start at about 8:45, 9-ish, but we're teeing off a little bit early here, which is just fine. So
we recognize some of your staff. We know your staff well.
Yeah.
They help us out, and we appreciate that.
These are our superstars here. So we have Luke Strite and Chris Atkins. And Tara's going to go over the org chart here in a little bit and kind of highlight folks. So you can see a visual of how we are organized as a department, and then see some of the friendly faces right here. So just wanted to start by saying thank you. We look forward to this next hour spent with the county manager's office and the board of supervisors. And before I turn it over to Tara, who's going to kind of take the first section of it, I wanted to kind of give you a roadmap of what we're looking at trying to achieve today in this presentation. And ultimately what we're going to do is three things. We're going to tell you who we are, we're going to tell you what we do, and then we're going to try and explain what we want to do in FY26. So it'll follow the same protocol that every other department has done, but we feel that knowing who we are, knowing what we value, allows us to tell more of the story of how facilities management fits into the organization and helps us achieve the mission that we have as Coconino County moving forward. So with that, I want to turn it over to Tara Clifton, our Assistant Director, and she's going to speak probably for the next 45 minutes.
Good morning. Yeah, right. Okay. Thank you, Tom. And good morning, Chair Horseman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. It's my privilege to share who we are in facilities management and the vital work our team has accomplished this past fiscal year. As you know, people are at the core of everything that we do, and we take that seriously at FMD. From the selection and management of our own team to the work we do to support the entire county, we strive every day to ensure that our facilities meets the needs of our employees and our constituents. Our department's built around 5 programs within 3 interconnected divisions: administration, capital, and operations and maintenance. And you can see those 3 divisions on our org chart in front of you. Like a 3-legged stool, each division depends on the support and collaboration of one another to keep our department balanced and functional. We'll use the org chart to highlight our 5 main programs and the individuals who do this meaningful work. Our administration team includes Tom, Terry Morales, and me. So that's that middle tier of our structure. Together, we set the vision, provide strategic leadership, and ensure smooth operation of our varied programs and projects. We manage financial operations, contracts, real estate, and more. Not the flashiest of work, but absolutely vital to ensure that everything we do as a department is supported by a solid foundation. I'd like to take a quick moment to say that we're incredibly fortunate to have Terry Morales on our team. With more than 25 years of dedicated service to Coconino County, she continues to be eager to learn and take on new challenges while also being a positive and welcoming energy on our team. Our capital planning and construction team are the division that are the people responsible for planning, designing, and delivering key facility construction projects across the county. And that's where you see Jeff Stein, Michael Griffiths, and Tim Schultz. This group turns strategy into reality through thoughtful analysis and collaboration with partners across the organization. They manage everything from new building construction and remodeling to ongoing capital renewal projects. Capital renewal is a key program in this division, managing the ongoing maintenance of our facilities through planned upgrades and emergency repairs. They ensure that our facility investments stand the test of time. It's a complex task that requires a dynamic and flexible team, careful budgeting, and long-term vision. With numerous capital projects underway and upcoming, we saw the need to add a limited-term construction manager. In alignment with how the county and FMD support succession planning, we looked internally and identified Tim Schultz to fill the role, a move that provided him an opportunity for growth and helped meet a critical departmental need. Tim's transition left the facility operations manager position vacant, which in turn created a valuable opportunity to train our operations and maintenance staff, especially Luke and Chris sitting over there. It exposed them to new challenges and skill development. This approach supports long-term success by building internal capacity and preparing our team for future roles. Our largest division, which is everyone else that you see on the org chart there, is operations and maintenance. They're responsible for the daily functioning of county facilities with multiple shifts, some beginning at 5 a.m. and others ending at 12:30 a.m. This team works around the clock to keep our spaces safe, clean, and running effectively. From trades and HVAC to service workers, they handle everything from urgent repairs to long-term maintenance planning. Their knowledge is vast and their contributions are often behind the scenes, but they're the reason that the county never skips a beat. Our final program is resource conservation. While we don't have dedicated staff for this program, our team has partnered with departments countywide to streamline and expand our energy tracking and conservation efforts, saving resources and supporting sustainability across all county buildings. We were recently awarded a technical assistance voucher through the Department of Energy that will assist us in crafting a carbon reduction plan for the county. Before we dive into highlights, I'll share a favorite quip from Brian Harris that illustrates perfectly what we do in facilities. As we work diligently to wrap up the admin center elevator, Brian often asks our team, "How's the elevator project going? Still full of ups and downs?" It gets a laugh, but there's truth in it. Every project comes with challenges. Every success represents a lot of behind the scenes effort. And today I'm proud to share some of our ups, which is going to bring us to our accomplishments. Our administration team has worked to establish a healthy foundation for now and into the future. This year, we laid the groundwork for long-term impact through our updated facilities master plan, which was a major milestone. It took more than a year of collaboration before being formally adopted on February 4th. This master plan will guide facilities decisions and investments for years to come, ensuring that we remain aligned with community and organizational needs while adapting to a changing world. Over the past year, we also invested heavily in our people. As mentioned, Tim Schultz's promotion to construction manager has opened doors for professional growth across our trades and HVAC team. In addition, several of our staff completed leadership training, including Chris Atkins, Richard Godinez, and Rosita Benali, proof of our commitment to developing leadership within our department. I'm proud to share that we have 3 staff members taking advantage of the tuition reimbursement program to further their education, and I'd like to thank the board and HR for their continued support of this program. Additionally, our leadership team held a retreat to refine our service delivery model. We listened to feedback from the departments we serve and built a more strategic, consistent framework to guide how we work with our partners. Equally important, we're committed to cultivating a supportive people-first culture, one that acknowledges each of us as individuals with unique experiences, perspectives, and strengths. We believe that by honoring this individuality and fostering mutual respect, we build a stronger, more connected, and effective team. This human-centered approach is the foundation that enables us to unite around a shared mission and achieve our collective goals. Our capital team continues to build for the future, focusing on present and long-term vision. We continued our HVAC master plan, completing key milestones like the replacement of the admin boiler in this building and new courthouse air handler designs. Work continues into fiscal year 26, improving comfort and energy efficiency throughout county buildings. We also added 1,500 square feet to the pathways to community space at the jail, creating 8 new offices and a small conference room with arguably one of the best views of the peaks in town. This new space will enhance interdepartmental and interagency program objectives, offering resources and a more supportive environment for individuals leaving the county jail facility. We advanced to the EPA Brownfield grant to remediate the old jail by hiring an environmental consultant. With their assistance and support, we will soon issue RFPs to begin cleanup and remediation efforts. The Youth Behavioral Health Center is moving forward at King Street. In fiscal year 25, we will complete programming and design. Construction will begin soon, with completion slated for 2026. This project is a testament to flexibility, partnership, and problem-solving in action. Running parallel to the Youth Behavioral Health Center project is the King Street lobby remodel to improve public access, security, and service delivery. This project is also in the design phase, and construction for both projects will be completed simultaneously in 2026. The photo on this slide is actually a conceptual rendering of the King Street lobby that we created with our design team. Lastly, in the early stages of planning is the Coconino County Operations Center, a shared space for emergency management, the EOC, and the Flood Control District. This project will significantly enhance emergency response and coordination. Beyond big projects, our operation and maintenance team ensures that our daily operations never skip a beat. We supported the recorder and elections department during the 2024 elections, distributing early ballot drop boxes, setting up polling locations, and implementing a new early ballot drop box monitoring camera system. We reconfigured spaces, built 2 new offices, and upgraded conference rooms for the county attorney's office. We updated the facility condition index for several county buildings to prioritize maintenance and repairs more effectively and strategically plan our capital renewal projects. And we supported over 40 county events this year, quietly making sure everything runs smoothly behind the scenes. We continue to embrace sustainability. We implemented the Watchwire energy management software this year to understand and analyze our utility usage, supporting the county's goal toward a broader carbon reduction plan. We also completed a countywide utility rate impact study, as previously mentioned, to understand the rising costs and help forecast future needs. These steps will help us make data-driven, financially responsible decisions for the future. With your support, we continue to improve our facilities, advance sustainability, and enhance daily operations across the county. We're honored to serve alongside other departments to play a part in delivering excellent service to our community. While we've made meaningful progress and we're proud of what we've accomplished, success isn't just about projects completed. It's about the principles that guide us, the challenges that we're honest about, and the innovative ways that we adapt. With that in mind, I'll turn it over to Tom, who will speak about the values that drive our department, share a look at our current SWOT analysis, and highlight the creative solutions and partnerships that are helping us move forward.
Thank you, Tara. Any questions? I know you have been asking when you have them, so. Good?
So far, so good. Please
Okay.
continue.
Thank you, Tara. There's obviously a lot of accomplishments that we couldn't list today because we'd probably take up the entire day. So our team, as Tara illustrated, does a variety of work across all county facilities, including all the way up to Fredonia, Page, Forest Lakes, Williams. So it's pretty vast. We all know how large the county is, and we serve the entire area. These guys are on the road a fair amount here and always putting out fires, not real fires, hopefully, in buildings, but on a daily basis. It's interesting when we talk about the HVAC project. I was going to try and make a joke about the temperatures last week, but then I figured I wouldn't. So we have a lot of ups and downs on that project too. So I wanted to highlight this slide here before we get into our SWOT analysis to kind of illustrate some of the values that we have as a team. I'm not going to go over every single one of them here, but it's something that we decided about 3.5 years ago when I was appointed director. And we review them about twice a year. So we do 2 retreats, all staff retreats a year, facilitated. We've been doing additional ones from a leadership and management team perspective to help us refine who we are. So these hold true for our team for the last 3+ years. And I think one of the interesting ones that we hear a lot, and you've heard a lot over the past week and a half with these budget hearings, is our commitment to our employees as an organization. And that's something that's reflected at all levels in all departments. And for us, what that looks like is the risk-taking and growth. And you've also heard about Christopher Tressler's read before you lead emails. So I heard about those a few months ago, and luckily he agreed to put me on those, so I get to read them every week. And yesterday he sent out one, and it's a great quote. So I told him I'm going to quote him during the budget hearings. And this is directly from him. So if there's a typo, you could call him on it. So his email yesterday said, "Supporting our teams is the most important thing we do. Leadership isn't about managing, it's about developing the people around us." And that means so much to us as a team, not only internally with the 27 employees that we have, but it also is important with our relationships that we have with other departments. So not only do we help develop those that work with us each day, but we help the other employees in the organization, and they help us also. One of the other things that we pride ourselves on is the adaptability that we have as a team. And I think that's critical not only for the nature of our work, but also in the times that we find ourselves in. And for the last 4.5 to 5 years since the COVID pandemic. Nothing is ever constant in anything that we do. And the way we adapt and the way we accommodate how we deliver our services is extremely important. So we do a survey each year. Oh, and by the way, that's my dog in there, so he made it. He's not an employee. He's not on payroll, Siri, yet. But anyways, we don't necessarily do a SWOT analysis every year, but what we do is we seek a lot of feedback from our team in a variety of ways, not only in formalized retreats, but we also do an annual survey. And that survey, we've done, this will be the 4th year coming up this fall. So we measure ourselves and the improvements that we have on it. And it's a relatively simple one, but really what it highlights is how are we doing with our work? How are we doing with the quality of our work? How are we doing with communication? How are we doing supporting people? And do they feel valued as employees, which we feel are kind of covers the vast majority of happiness and satisfaction in the workplace. So recently, with the budget process requesting that we do a SWOT analysis, much like what Public Works mentioned, it's not a surprise to us the things that show up on here. And this is a very high level summary, what you're seeing here. And one of the most important things or interesting things that we found when we were analyzing this is the communication and collaboration. You'll see that in all 4 categories. And it may sound contradictory of why that is, but we actually think that it's a strength for us to be able to have that. So what it means not only is internally in our department, we have a lot of room to grow when it comes into how we coordinate and collaborate with each other with our 27 staff members. It also is very important that we have room to grow with all of our customers, which is the other 1,200 employees in the county and all of the other departments and the Board of Supervisors and the county manager's office. And we do it really well, but we can get better. Tara mentioned an initiative that we started last fall, which we're revising here. It's a new service delivery model for the responsibilities of our department. And ultimately, what facilities management does is we provide spaces for all the other departments to provide services to constituents. That's ultimately, if we want to break down our department very quickly. So how we do that is ever changing. I talked a little bit about the adaptability that we have as a team, but it's also our responsibility to accommodate people's needs. Because the women, infant, and children services that are needed by our community, we have to provide the space in order for that program to provide that effectively. One of the other things that we'll see here with our strengths is mission-driven and customer-focused, which I just talked about briefly, the adaptability and continuous growth. We have the rest of our team well, not the rest of our team, but a lot of our team that just showed up here. And we have a lot of folks that have promoted over the last few years. And we have a lot of folks that are currently enrolled in higher education and/or trades training programs. We're also constantly working, which I'll talk a little bit more about partnerships that we have. We're constantly working with Coconino Community College, NAU, other departments like ours, and other government agencies across town that help us develop, that help us understand the changing dynamic that we see in this realm. One of the weaknesses that we have that I'll just highlight here is our process approach. And oftentimes we overanalyze things. And I think we're probably not alone as a department, but that's something that we want to refine also. A lot of the work we do is really complex, but ultimately if we boil it down to mission driven, I think that's where we're going to succeed on that. Some of the other opportunities, which will always remain on there, is investment in people, which I've talked about numerous times. The optimization of process and tools. What we see, our customer service delivery model, altering that is a step in the right direction. Another thing that we're doing, and Jeff Stein, our senior construction manager, is not here yet, but Tim's the construction manager and Michael is our project coordinator on the capital side, is how do we develop estimates for capital renewal and capital construction projects? Because it's all over the place right now. You'll see more in financial reality section what that looks like. And for us to be able to strategically allocate funding for capital projects, we need to be able to develop estimates. So we're doing everything we can to figure out how to crack that code. And I don't know if we ever will see her, I'm going to be honest. She's giving me the side eye. So, some of the threats that we have, very similar to other departments, when we look at resource and budget constraints, that's the uncertainty in the market. That's not having ample funds to do projects that we planned 2 years ago that now cost 20 or 30% more. That's, having a staff that's relatively the same size over the last 15 years. We're creating opportunities to become more efficient to address those threats. But they're very similar for every department. Another thing that we see is communication. Sometimes projects go very quickly and we need to adapt to them very quickly. So we're constantly trying to figure out how we engage with customers, how we satisfy the needs of the organization without getting ahead of ourselves. And then this is Tim when he had long hair. You can't see he's got a mask on and everything. So what I wanted to highlight here is we talked about a lot of the threats, opportunities, weaknesses of our department. We'll talk more about the financial realities, but what are we actually doing? We've hit on a few of these already as we go through the presentation. We're kind of redeveloping who we are as a team, considering that it's 2025 and the world is a different place than it was 10 years ago, to be frank. And that touches every single component of our business. And we are trying to partner as much as possible with everybody that does this in our field to figure out what they're doing that's successful, what they're doing that doesn't work, to be able to perform the essential functions of our job, to be quite simple on that. Tara mentioned the energy management software that allows us to track what we're doing. It allows us to create sustainability initiatives. It allows us to become more efficient with public funds of how we expend those, to identify issues in our buildings, to identify anything else that may be costing us money on a regular basis. Talked about professional estimating tools there, revised service delivery model, and the biannual retreat. So I guess I already covered this slide. So I'm just going to pause real quick. Actually, one more thing, the third one down, the Northern Arizona Facility Operations Group. I've talked about our partnerships with these other agencies, but this is something that we created at the beginning of COVID when we had supply chain issues. And it's basically, it has CCC, NAU, City of Flagstaff, Mountain Line, ourselves, all as a group of facility operators, the people that do our jobs, and all these other agencies that we still meet to this day. We're not talking about COVID anymore. The conversation has changed in recent months, and we all know what it probably changed to is tariffs and inflation and increased costs and all of that. But this is a very powerful group. And we're learning a lot from our peers, and they're learning a lot from us. But this is an initiative that Coconino County started. And we should be very proud of it because people get a lot of value from it.
Chair Horstman, members of the board, and I was at the City of Flagstaff at the time when Coconino County and Tom spearheaded this effort, and I can tell you it was a benefit to all organizations. And I know we at the City of Flagstaff at the time benefited from that group, and it led to us beginning to make our own hand sanitizer, right? Because the supplies were so limited at the time. So
that's Mr. Jim Harbottle, actually, was our Walter White, we called him, because when he had like the whole coat and everything, he kind of looked like Walter White.
Gina, would you mind introducing, because I know
Yeah.
we got you started early, but it might be great. Some of us, of course, have had an opportunity to meet some of you because you've been very helpful up front and not just behind the scenes. So, but it'd be wonderful for you to introduce them if you wouldn't mind, Tom.
Absolutely. So we'll start in the back left. So Mr. Jeff Stein has been with the county for 12 and a half years now. Yeah. We started working together at Parks and Rec years ago, but he's our senior construction manager, has been with our department since right at the beginning of COVID. Tim Schultz is Tara highlighted him. He moved from facility operations manager, and he's helping out as a construction manager with all of our capital projects. Terry Morales is our business manager. Terry's been with the county for 25 years. Jim Harbottle is our facility manager. So he's the guy that you see a lot of emails from and the one that gets the majority of the calls. He's been with us since I started with FMD about 8 years, a little over. Michelle Barber is our service worker supervisor. So she's the one that has the crew that starts at 5 a.m. and then has people that work all the way to 12:30 a.m. So she's all over the place all the time. Michael Griffiths is our project coordinator. So he works with Jeff and Tim. So you probably have seen him here before on multiple projects. Luke Strite is our trades supervisor. So he deals with everything that's not custodial, landscape, HVAC, electrical. So all the other stuff. Sorry, that's the easiest way for me to say it, Luke. And then Chris Atkins is our HVAC electrical manager. And this is his second round with us. He left for the private sector, then realized that we're just much cooler. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Tara to talk about money, because that's ultimately why
Welcome
we're here.
you all, by the way. It's great to some of you meet for the first time, some of you to see again. So welcome and good morning.
Thanks everybody for being here. All right, let's talk about money. So I'm going to share our department's financial picture and talk about the important work that it supports and that you all support. On this slide, you're going to see a breakdown of our general fund and capital expenses organized by the programs referenced earlier in my presentation. So the 5 main programs that we have. Our administrative budget is the most modest, but it supports the essential daily functions of our entire team. From professional memberships to travel and supplies, this budget ensures we stay connected, efficient, and responsive to staff needs. Our operations and maintenance, one of our most dynamic programs led by our facility manager, Jim Harbottle, like Tom mentioned. This team excels at balancing timing, budgets, and unexpected challenges, from the unpredictability of snow removal and emergency repairs to rising supply costs. Through coordination and creativity, they keep our projects on track and our facilities running smoothly. Our capital construction budget includes ongoing and new initiatives. This encompasses funding for all of FMD's capital-related work, including collaborative efforts with other departments. Thanks to careful planning, documentation, and close coordination with finance, we consistently deliver complex projects to support program objectives. A cornerstone of this capital division is our capital renewal program, which was approved by the board originally in 1997. With your continued support, we budget $400,000 to $600,000 annually for planned repairs and replacements of our infrastructure and equipment. This includes projects like our HVAC systems, the admin elevator, courthouse windows and doors, roof repairs, and exterior building upgrades. These projects are prioritized through a collaborative and strategic approach that looks ahead 10 years and utilizes data from our computerized maintenance management system and aligns with long-term goals. We also manage the resource conservation budget, which covers utility costs for all county facilities not overseen by Public Works, Parks and Recreation, and the Sheriff's Office. In addition to general and capital funds, we manage 3 federal grants that aren't included on this slide, but they're the Tribal Nation Service Center, the EPA Brownfield Cleanup Grant, and then the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant. It's important to note that none of our positions are funded through these grants and that they're all just project-based. And then we also have a few nominal revenue generating sources that are not reflected here. Those are alcohol sales through our partnership with Coconino Center for the Arts, the EV charging station revenue for the King Street and then the admin building EV stations that are located here, as well as APS rebates. And we're working on expanding that program as well. As an internal services department, we're privileged to partner with departments across the county. It gives us a unique window into the services they provide and helps us understand their space and infrastructure needs. We're proud to support their work and contribute to the county's mission of delivering outstanding service to our communities. We continue to find creative solutions with limited resources, and we're committed to doing the best we can with what we have, prioritizing wisely and increasing efficiency wherever possible. We want to thank you for your continued support and efforts for the work that we do every day to serve Coconino County. I'm going to turn to financial realities. And it's important to acknowledge that these challenges, like Tom mentioned, are not unique to us. They're challenges that are felt across all sectors. So today I'm going to highlight how they're impacting us directly in facilities management. Our work is about more than just maintaining buildings. It's about creating safe, functional, and cost-effective environments for the long term and for our community. Rising costs in utilities and goods and services, and especially construction, are putting real pressure on our ability to manage resources wisely. One of the biggest hurdles is construction costs. We're now seeing prices range from $500 to more than $1,000 per square foot, a dramatic increase that impacts everything from minor renovations to capital projects. These costs must be factored into every decision we make. The budgets of the past simply no longer apply. In addition to inflation and tariffs outside of our control, a major factor to this is what we call the Flagstaff factor. While our location offers many benefits, it also brings unique challenges. Materials cost more here due to transportation, limited supply chains, and rising demand. We track this closely as it directly affects our bottom line. The challenge is even greater in outlying areas. Remote locations often mean higher material costs, increased travel expenses for licensed and insured contractors, which adds another complexity to project planning. The market itself is also volatile. Material costs and labor rates, contractor availability shift rapidly, making long-term planning difficult. Despite this, we work hard to deliver the most accurate and realistic budgets possible, drawing on all available resources. And like Tom mentioned, we are constantly exploring new opportunities, new resources, new partnerships on how we might better understand and predict those costs well in advance of a project and account for any potential future changes. Labor shortages are another major challenge. Skilled tradespeople are increasingly hard to find as experienced people retire and fewer enter the field. This delays projects, increases costs, and puts additional strain on our existing team. Contracted custodial services in remote areas are also growing more expensive. We also just learned from our very furniture provider that their costs are increasing 3 to 4% next fiscal year. So these challenges come up, and we just try to be proactive as we hear about them and understand the implications for our department and for the county as a whole. Together, these factors are creating a perfect storm. Our department must not only maintain and improve facilities, but also manage rising costs in an unpredictable market. That said, we're not standing still. As Tom and I mentioned earlier, we're actively pursuing solutions, exploring cost-saving strategies, adopting energy-efficient technologies, to lower long-term utility costs and building stronger relationships with local suppliers to better understand and account for the Flagstaff factor. We appreciate your continued support as we navigate these realities. Flexibility and collaboration will be key to changing conditions and remain focused on our core mission, maintaining safe, functional, and cost-effective spaces for the long term. Looking ahead, while the challenges are significant, they present opportunities for innovation and smarter planning. We remain committed to navigating these with transparency, adaptability, and a focus on long-term solutions. With that, I'll turn it back over to Tom, who's going to share our goals and outlook for the future and how we're positioning ourselves to meet the evolving needs of our organization and our community.
So just real quick, because we have not been highlighting what the images are. Well, we did one for the King Street lobby. This is actually a rendering of what the Joint Operations Center would look like. And we have a couple different names for it right now. So we've heard Joint Operations, but ultimately the new EOC, Emergency Management Flood Control District building. Currently, there's about a 6,000 square foot truck barn, which you heard a little bit about from Public Works yesterday. One thing to note, we will be coming to the board for quarterly capital updates, and our first one is on June 3rd. So you'll get more information on this project and a couple of the other ones that are currently underway or close to being finished. So this is a cool looking little metal building. We like metal buildings because they're very versatile and very easy to alter what happens on the inside.
And the funding has come for this. Is that correct?
Yes, it was allocated in last year's budget cycle.
Okay.
We did submit for FY26 CDS again for this entire project. So we'll see where that goes. So that's been submitted. I believe that was in April that Keith put that in. We have a lot of goals as a team. We talked a lot about them throughout this presentation. You know, we have internal ones that we're trying to work out here, but we also have ones that directly affect the organization. I think the biggest one, which we have our first meeting with the county manager's office next week, since we had the adoption of the facility master plan, we're going to start looking at what that looks like for implementation strategies and development of what are we going to do with that plan? Because it was just over $300 million what was proposed in it. But what's the reality and what are the absolute priorities for the organization, or something that we're going to be looking at coming forward, so we could start getting something happening with the needs that we have as an organization. I think we've talked a lot about the development of staff. That's something that is an ongoing goal for us. That will never stop that. We do appreciate the support, as Tara mentioned, for the support of tuition reimbursement, the support for human resources to continue with the Supervisors Development Academy, Executive Leadership Academy. All of those things are really good for our new staff and existing staff to go through. I'm fortunate enough to have been asked to teach a class in SDA the last couple terms, which has been really fun for me. It is all about networking and collaboration, so it's actually a really easy one to teach, but it's really cool that we use internal assets. Siri teaches one also. Internal I guess we're veteran employees now, to kind of talk about our story and give people some guidance to be successful in the county. We talked about the service delivery model. I think one thing that we failed to mention is we have a building representative program that has been around for a long time. Basically what it is we like to have liaisons with departments. So we have, say, the county attorney's office will have two folks that we work closely with that understand the nature of our work, and that allows us to kind of have a direct connection with departments and them a direct connection with us. So we could streamline the process of accomplishing work orders, everything from hanging a picture to painting a wall to doing an office remodel, to if there's a leaking toilet or drinking fountain, or there's water coming through the roof, or there's a really high-pitched noise on the second floor of King Street like yesterday. Anyways, it's one person or two people at point of contact for us, and we develop a very robust relationship with that person, so they could help us do our job better. So we are resurrecting that program and kind of renewing it. And we'll be meeting with all the building representatives and hopefully department leadership that would like to join on June 4th. So that'll help us with our delivery of services. The other thing that we'll be doing here, which I believe it's in the budget material, or 10-year capital, or, okay. So Tara talked about the capital renewal program. So that's things like, next year we're going to be redoing some roofs for the rest of this year, but that's what paid for the elevator, that pays for new HVAC equipment. So critical infrastructure to keep our buildings up and running and functional. So next year we have a few projects on the list that include upgrades to our electronic access system, the building envelope for the 110 building, so it'll be sealants and all the stuff that is hard to see, but it makes our buildings last and allows them to be occupied and safe and secure.
If it's not in these materials, we can go through it hopefully on, I think it's June 3rd when you'll do your
Okay.
capital update.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, we'll get that to you. Tara talked about efficiencies with how we deliver services, and that touches every single function of our department. So we are not leaving any stone unturned as we move forward, because we understand there's financial constraints as an organization. And we understand we're going to do everything we can to be as efficient as possible with the money that we have. So that is it's a goal, but it's also a commitment of our department. And we talked with the county manager's office about this in our preliminary meetings, that we will find every efficiency that we can. The determine and deliver creative solutions the county space needs is a really interesting one. So post-COVID, we've experienced a lot of folks are working from home or hybrid. And then we've experienced this interesting rebound of coming back into a professional work environment and expectations of new employees. It could be a generational thing too. And whether we have iguanas or fish tanks or you name it. I mean, we're kind of dealing with a lot of different things in the workplace. So we're trying to find creative solutions to be able to accommodate a variety of needs that may or may not be legitimate, but also satisfy a standardization across the organization, right? Because we have a responsibility that it's a professional environment, and we manage, 750,000 square feet across, 70 something buildings. So we need to have some sort of standardized approach to it. So we're looking at figuring out what that looks like from the day-to-day operations, but also the Youth Behavioral Health Center, which we'll talk to you all about on June 3rd, is not the same application as, let's say, the county attorney's office. So the space is going to look different, and we need to accommodate that, and it should, exactly. And we need to understand what that looks like and still fall within the parameters of our standards as an organization so we can maintain it for the life of it, and it doesn't cost us an excess amount of money. So, and those are, we develop those accommodations in partnership with the departments that are doing the programming in there. So we've worked very closely with HHS on the pathways of community space, the youth behavioral health. So the space functions for the services that they're delivering. It's very intentional and it's very important. So it doesn't look like a sterile environment when you're trying to provide these critical services to the youth. So that's kind of what that means by creative solutions. So it's ever changing. The Emergency Operations Center is going to look different than this room. It's going to have a giant TV in it, but probably 15 TVs for those of you that have been in the EOC. Tara mentioned our energy efficiency conservation block grant. That's the ECGB that was approved by the board to accept this voucher from the Department of Energy a couple board meetings ago. We could certainly come back and talk about what that looks like, but this will help us establish carbon reduction goals for our organization, not for the community. It's for internal operations. And what's interesting about this is we already do a lot of this work. We just don't have anything formalized. So we do a lot of work on our end to increase efficiencies from a carbon reduction standpoint, but nothing is official. So if I was to leave, it's all this knowledge in my head, or my motivations personally may disappear also. But the organization is committed to this. So this just allows us to formalize it a little bit. So we'll be coming back to the board to kind of talk about details as this starts to gear up here. This is a voucher program. It's about $77,000. It is still active from the federal government. It is not being cut. So we still have access to it. So a couple of other commitments that we have. I just want to wrap up with this here, and then we could open it up for a few questions in the last 10 minutes here. One of the things that we also want to commit to, we do a lot of different projects. There's a lot of moving parts, as you've heard from us. We want to commit that we will fully vet these projects before we start implementing. And I think that's important from an efficiency standpoint. And I know it's not always possible. We have situations like the elections center is a great example. We needed to execute that project extremely quickly. So from the date of go that we received from the county manager's office at the time to when we opened the doors was about 10 months. And for a project of that scale, that is light speed. To do full design tenant improvement project in 9,300 square feet and have the doors open of a facility of that nature that hasn't even been done in Arizona yet was awesome. We understand there's going to be projects like that. And a lot of that's a testament to Mr. Jeff Stein over there that basically just put his head down for almost an entire year and got that project done. But other projects, hence the facility master plan, we have a strategic approach to accomplishing those. So we want to make sure that we fully vet everything. So there's no surprises when we get to budget also of the project as much as possible. So Siri's not giving me more side eye, which happens occasionally. And we talked about refining our approach to project estimating. And this, we're going to tap into a bunch of different resources. So we feel that is important because the significant increases in costs of goods and services and the uncertainty in the markets are really causing us issues when we finally pull the trigger for construction. Because it usually takes about a year for design, maybe a little bit longer. So we need to make sure that we build all those factors in. So with that, at the sake of not rambling too much, well, this is actually another cool picture. This was back, I believe, in 20 or 21. That's a chiller being craned up. This was a capital renewal project to replace a chiller on the 110 building. It was a very cold morning. But sometimes we get to do cool stuff like we're not operating the crane, by the way. I want to be clear. We pay for professionals. So with that, let me just open it up for questions or any comments from the CM's office.
You know, we really appreciate you and your staff, needless to say, and many times you aren't just behind the scenes. And we want to thank all of you for your great service, keeping our operations going, keeping our buildings going. And we know it has been a particular challenge as these buildings are aging. And quite frankly, as budget constraints, our budget constraints are us, is I think what we're saying around here. And not to mention the uncertainties of construction costs and with the tariffs, et cetera. And I know that's frustrating for all of us. And we have plans in place. And as you say, the design takes a year. Well, by the time you get the design done, it's, you know, what you've designed, the cost has gone up 50%, 100%. And I know as we move forward, we'll be talking about some of the things that are very near and dear to us, that youth behavioral center. Great idea, great way to kind of pivot because of costs. And we're looking forward to having that moving forward. You know, I know we've been talking about the service delivery center on tribal lands. That has also been very near and dear to our heart that we've been talking about now for over 2 years. And again, we finally get it going, and then the costs are just have just skyrocketed. And so, but we look forward to, you know, continuing that and seeing what we can do and how we can best move forward on some of these, you know, really, really important projects. The EOC, absolutely critical, you know, with everything that has gone on here in Coconino County. With the emergency response and the emergency needs, you know, what's going on right now with Greer. You know, this is early in the fire season, and we've got a neighbor in Apache County that are already fighting a major catastrophic forest fire. So, we need to be obviously ready and prepared. And as you know, that means we have to have a space. And EOC in particular needs to make sure we get that up and running. And so we're excited about moving forward on that project as well. So those are my thoughts. And again, just a great thank you for the services that you all provide. We know it's been very difficult. And you're maintaining buildings as they're aging, and you're doing a very good job, and really appreciate that. And yet you're also keeping aware of things such as sustainability and carbon use reductions and things that are very near and dear to us as well. So thank you, and appreciate all of your great work. Other comments? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciated, Tara, the overview that you gave of what your department does. I didn't realize that your department was the one that moves the ballot boxes around. Did not know that for voting. So you guys do, I mean, I know you guys do a lot, but you do more than what I thought you did. And so thank you. You do it behind the scenes, and I certainly don't ever want to take it for granted. And even going to the cleaning of the office at my own house, I have to empty my own garbage. Okay. And I come in sometimes and find it empty, and I'm like, wow, that is really nice. Somebody was in here doing this. And so I just want to say that I appreciate everything that is done by all of the employees. One quick question that I have, you were talking about meeting with the manager's office, I think next week, to start prioritizing that's on the master plan that we approved, right? I'm really glad to hear that, because it's a great plan. I was very supportive of it. And I mean, we're going to have to eat this like an elephant, a bite at a time. And so I'm wondering, do you have any kind of prioritization that you're thinking of? Like, what is the hottest fire that you see in the facilities? I know that may be a loaded question, and it may be subjective too, because we all think, what we do is the most important. Yeah.
Supervisor Ontiveros, members of the board, thank you for the question. Tom, I don't want to steal your thunder, but I was just thinking about that a bit as well. And Chair Horstman, you had asked a question about congressionally directed funding. And so I think as we think about how to structure that conversation, going through the 10-year, but also looking at funding available, what we intend to spend. And I would say those congressionally directed funding projects are probably the hottest projects, if you will. And so really just looking at the finance. Yeah, absolutely. So I think, Tom, and I'm kind of brainstorming right now as we're talking, that's how that presentation can start to look. And so thanks for the question.
Okay. And you know what? That makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. And I will stay tuned, because I know the board will stay updated on this. So I will stay tuned on that. I was just curious how it was. So, all right.
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros. And I also, before I forget, I really appreciate the repair and replacement plan. So I worked at the city of Flagstaff for a bit, managed facilities as part of Public Works, and really wanted to model the city's operation after the counties, because we have to take care of the buildings that currently exist. And this one is an example that needs some repairs, that has had troubles, right, Tom? And so I just really appreciate how we've committed to that repair and replacement, and how putting out fires is a good term for everyone sitting here. We see them all the time, and just really appreciate that, because it's been a good strategy for us, and something that's worked well. And I appreciate, and I know you're working to influence the city on that as well. I know you keep in touch with those folks.
Okay. And I'm just going to conclude my remarks by again saying thank you to everyone. And Tom, if you would please extend that to every employee in your department. Yeah, it's a team. Thank you, guys.
Will do. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for the presentation. There's a lot on our plate, I guess, but I have a question on the Tribal Nation Service Center. You have for FY 2026 carryover request for the amount there. And then at the bottom of there, you have Consolidated Appropriations Act, Tribal Nation Service Center for another amount. So, and then on one of page 2, Facilities Department Federal Funding, line item number 2, it says again, Coconino County Tribal Nation Service Center CDS funds, and we're still pending an award. So can you elaborate on that?
Supervisor Begay and members of the board. So on your first page, the financial summary, the carryover requests, if you'll recall, we did receive a preliminary Consolidated Appropriations Act or congressionally directed funding for the Tribal Nation Service Center. And in addition, we added a general fund contribution. So you see it on there twice because there's general fund dollars that will carry over, as well as ideally the congressionally directed funding. We're still waiting on a final agreement there, which is why that's listed as pending as far as the federal appropriation on your federal page.
As I recall, there were 2 payments made from congressionally designated funding.
Thank you, Chair. So we at that time when we had a collective of requests that were awarded, there were 2 other awards. One was for the water wastewater out at Fort Tuthill, and the other was for some EOC work, or not EOC necessarily, but some emergency management equipment and things. So those have been awarded. Those are underway, and the one we're still waiting on the final agreement is the Tribal Nation Service Center. There
were 2 different, as I recall, and I know Keith's not here, but as I recall, there were 2. One was done 2 years ago, and one was done last year.
So the one that was last year was a second grant award to expand the project, and unfortunately, that was not funded.
I think that's the reason why I was asking administration. If it's never going to be funded, then what other alternative do we have? As maybe funds that might become available, or might have stashed away somewhere. To use that, so to use those dollars. So, go ahead.
Supervisor Begay, members of the board, we actually submitted, and Tom referenced this earlier, and we submitted that request again this year. So possibly what we could do, we could add to our list on Friday to go over congressionally directed funding and just an update on that with all the,
Because as my understanding, Kelly did in fact recommend that. And was it not funded because we're dealing with a continuing resolution and not a budget? Is that why?
Yes.
Because I think we did in fact get that, quote unquote, but it was we're still dealing with a continuing resolution. And
and I know Keith is here. I just talked to him this morning, and hi Keith. And so he actually sent something out last week. So maybe on Friday, if we have time, we can go over that congressionally directed funding dynamic.
Before we do that,
I think the cost of that was just over $3 million, and we have a half of it basically.
So my apologies. When I said we weren't awarded, I was talking about a separate grant that was a different federal grant, not congressionally directed. So I just want to clarify, there is a third congressionally directed request that I don't know that that's been determined yet.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, first off, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for your team for keeping us clean and safe and good air, not always chilled. Well, maybe not recently. Just kidding. No, but we really appreciate all the work of your team to always make sure that our buildings look good, that they're taken care of and properly maintained. And so it's key that we provide the services, the resources for your department to be able to provide those services. And so, and then just talking a little bit about congressionally directed spending and some of these projects, one of the big concerns is that, as has already been mentioned, you guys make a plan, we're ready to go, and then the costs double or triple. I mean, I've been listening to costs going up on projects since we started, and it just seems to keep going up. And so then my question would be, have you seen a huge spike in the last 3 months of costs in terms of as a direct result of tariffs and market instability?
Yeah, so we've talked with a lot of our contractors and our providers of goods and services, and there hasn't been any significant increase yet. I think everybody's kind of still in a let's pause and wait and see. The only a couple we've received letters from a lot of our vendors and our contractors saying there may be an increase. The only one that we know most recently is with Very Furniture, so the sit to stand desks that you all have in your offices that we purchase a lot of. They're doing a 3 to 5% increase effective June 1, which is relatively. I mean, that's almost a CPI alignment, right? Some of our other folks are just kind of they're afraid to give us any kind of information at this point because frankly, I don't think people know. What we're seeing, I just met with Julie Lead from Peak Engineering, who you all probably know works with the flood control district this morning, and I asked her the question, and she's seeing a lot of firms not increasing the size of their staff. They're just kind of staying the same size because with federal funding restrictions, there may not be as much work out there or recessionary fears. So people are kind of just pausing and kind of staying the same size rather than growing is kind of what we're seeing.
Which is something that's detrimental to our economy because our economy needs to grow in order to be healthy. So thank you for that clarification. And again, like I said, I just always appreciate all the work that the facilities crew does because as was mentioned, it's kind of the work that you don't see behind the scenes, but makes things look nice, be clean and safe. And so thank you to you and your team for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I like your values. I think it's great. Humor is everything. Yeah. In Navajo, we're always teasing each other. That's part of our life. And it's good to have a sister on the board so I can tease her. I'm waiting to make her cry. That's the ultimate goal on teasing in Navajo. No, Navajo, that's how we tease even the little children, that children, their emotions, we believe, is developed through teasing. And that way they know how to address the world, the unknown world, people that they encounter. So that's why we tease each other a lot. But I like it that you have the humor in there. I think it should be there all the time, and just really, really nice to see staff that can really have fun together. And that's the goal in life, is to have a good day every day, and so to accomplish that every day is really nice. And then your SWOT analysis too. I find it interesting that every single one of them have the communication and collaboration, or for the most part, and I just think that is you gotta, I guess, improve yourself. You're doing a great job. Next minute, well, you gotta reevaluate. I figure that's how you're looking at it. And in every case, I think communication is always there, but through partnership and just really getting to know your partners and your own staff and the capacity of the staff and how you can accomplish things. I guess that's how you really evaluate that. And then, COVID really has changed our way of approach in a lot of ways. And I'm really happy to see that your partnership continued on that. And during COVID, we really worked with NAU closely, with the health department, with the economic development, with all the businesses. We had phone calls every Wednesday with all the small businesses and trying to help them through the process. And we did a lot, and I'm really happy that this one is continuing in that way. I think that means that shows a lot on your commitment to your partnership, and just and then it helps during this time of the unknown. And that we're back into moving into almost like COVID stage. COVID, we didn't know what we were dealing with, and we didn't know who our partners were going to be, and we found them in all kinds of places, and it was a really interesting time, you know, it was hard, but we all leaned on each other during that time. And then here, I thought that we already replaced the Center for the Arts Theater carpet. Is this another carpet? No, we did the seating. Where is?
So the Center for the Arts Carpet is a project that we reallocated money in this year's capital, FY25 capital renewal. Or no, it's
What has been done there? I thought the carpet, we
They-
had this conversation way back.
Yeah, so they ripped the carpet out of out of the gallery and then
Okay.
stained and Creative Flagstaff did that with volunteers and with their board. They did all that in-house a number of years ago when Jonathan Stone first
Yeah.
what was the executive director. What we requested this year is to replace carpet as part of our FY26 capital renewal request. And with that, Creative Flagstaff has a donor. I'm not sure if they're on the board or just a member that's willing to help purchase new seating for the theater. So we're doing those two projects simultaneously. And that's how we approach a lot with Creative Flagstaff and a lot of our other partners is that the county brings a little bit to the table and then the partnerships bring a little bit to the table. It's the same with High Country Humane out at that building. You know, they pay for the majority of stuff, but we come in and help occasionally on capital renewal projects.
Yeah. Okay. I thought we had done all of that, but yeah, it's good to, and that is a good partnership that we have with both of those organizations. And I'm really happy that the carpet is moving forward. Didn't realize that I thought it was already had done that. So that's really good. So I am just really, I'm happy that facility is really looking at becoming more efficient. I thought you guys had already become so efficient because of all the changes to the buildings, of like not having like automatic lights when people aren't there, turn it off. We didn't have that. We didn't have, you know, a lot of these energy efficiency, and even the parking lot, those stripes, you save money doing that. All of that, those has been, I thought it was more efficient, and I thought that so it's good to know that you're becoming even more efficient. Probably with electronic data and trying to be, there's so much more technology nowadays on how you I guess you process your work and scheduling and all of that. Maybe that's part of all of this. So just wondering how can you become more efficient? But thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, I think,
But
you
you
know, not to
did
do
great.
disservice to like everybody before this current team, we've done really well over the last couple of decades, but we could always get better. And that's kind of one of our values also is that there's always a different way to leverage technology or new ideas or new management. And everybody has creative solutions to problems that, or to questions that maybe we haven't asked yet. And that's where it's important that we engage in that communication on a daily basis.
And then just your outreach out into the outlining communities. That's really important. Finally, we're done with, I think we're almost done with Page's courts. I think we still have some more to do there, and even in Fredonia. So I think that, you know, just your attention to all the facilities is really good, and thank you.
Thank you.
No, Supervisor Begay, I know you got cut off, so. Yeah,
Thank you so much for the explanation, and certainly we're going to speak regarding the congressional directed spending dollars. And I just want to thank all the staff that are here, the staff that are at the office working, for all the hard work that you guys do, and you guys are shining. And I, as a board member, I have a lot of respect for your department because you keep things moving as far as facilities and buildings, all sorts of stuff. So even down to replacement of carpets, so keeping us safe out there, all of whoever comes to us and our overall staff. So if you hadn't sago.
Thank you.
One other comment, just real quick. And we know when we meet with the courts, when we meet with a county attorney, when we meet with so many departments, they all feel that they would love to have greater expanded facilities. And we know that we've maximized our space, and we want to thank you for maximizing our space. And we know, as set forth in that facilities plan, that we also do need to plan for a space future, because we really are, quite frankly, breaking out at the seams, and some of our spaces done a very good job of being creative. And now is not the time for us to be looking at large capital projects for all the reasons we've been talking about on market instability and tariffs, et cetera. But it is something that I really appreciate your looking in the future and looking at that facilities master plan. And it's something that as we move forward, hopefully we can look at some creative ways to start implementing that plan. So thank you.
And Chair Horseman, if I could just add, and I know it got mentioned earlier, but Tom is making a concerted effort and getting it on your calendars for the board meetings to come in and do these quarterly updates as to all of the status of the facilities, and not just the facility, but in terms of all the projects that are happening, so that we can make sure that you all stay informed about kind of what the progress is. And, Supervisor Fowler comment about, carpet, not that it's going to be every single thing that they're doing, but to be able to come in and give you all a high level overview more frequently about what the status of all of those projects are and how they're being prioritized, because it really is about when the funding is available and maximizing those opportunities. So thank you.
And so just on that note, that'll include the sheriff's office, that'll include Public Works and Parks and Rec. So it's all four of us that do capital facility projects. We'll be coming as a consolidated team to report out on our individual projects. So you'll hear it as a comprehensive package.
That's great. And it's something that's going to be important for us. And we still look across at the old jail, Anyway, this is not the time to be doing that, but it is something for us to look at in the future. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. You sparked a thought, talking about COVID and after, I'm just wondering how the staff working remotely, or, some staff working remotely, I'm sure that has changed the way you do business. You have had to set that up where there are fewer docking stations and fewer, I would think, and how in working, that was a big shift that took place. And then the ergonomics, was it the how the just the more better environment for staff, and just cost wise, that would have that save us dollars. And then I guess with HR too, with the how that has when I read the articles about it, there's two sides to having staff working remotely and then coming in, and I'm trying to keep up with that, and I'm just wondering what the impact here is on that, and in the facility realm anyway, because there's a story about that side, and then there's also actual management and supervision, and then staff side as well.
Yeah, and I'll just address it from the space perspective because it's a very large conversation. What we've seen is the vast majority of departments are bringing people back in full time. We still have some situations. The assessor's office still has a hybrid approach. HR still has a hybrid approach, and then some other departments do it on a very small scale. What we've seen, it definitely has been a challenge because you can't just expand and contract buildings very quickly. It takes years to do that. And we made some decisions due to COVID that are proving a little bit challenging. And probably one of the most challenging ones is the IT and community development cohabitation at the Fort Valley campus. We've had to get very creative with how we design space and kind of got outside of our standardization to be able to accommodate that. And I know Matt's here and it's been great to work with him. But it is a challenge for us. And those are considerations as we move forward with prioritization of which projects in the facility master plan get pushed first. All those are components in that. But the organization as a whole, I would say generally, most people are back in full time.
This is also going to be crazy, but you're all here. So there's this big, huge pine tree that I have been watching moving farther and farther to the right. I mean, seriously. And you might want to look at it because I was looking at it yesterday as the wind was blowing. It has substantially started to lean. So, and it's of course the tallest pine tree over there. I'm afraid it's going to hit, and I think it's not going to hit us. It's going to hit the county attorney's office. But so we're safe. but I'm serious. I'm just it's. Liz Archuleta was in my office yesterday, and she, of course, used to look at that pine tree at her office. And I said, "Would you look at that pine tree?" She goes, "Oh yeah, it's definitely leaning." So, for whatever it's worth. So
no, thank you. We'll take a look at it. I think this is the first time ever we've got a work order during a budget hearing. So
well,
you guys got it in the software.
I think I got everybody. Everybody's here. Everybody's totally here.
No,
and it may be just fine. It may be just fine, but
well, no, we'll all go out and
or
take
it may
a look at
need
it
to be
afterwards.
anchored. I don't know.
You're talking about the one right by the flagpole that you see outside your office?
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's the tallest was one in the
yeah.
front.
Gotcha.
You'll see it. Can't miss it. It's definitely.
Thank you. No, we certainly love to have eyes and ears throughout the entire county because we're a small staff and we have a lot of square footage. So keep it coming. Yeah, another work order? Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you very much. And I'll be back this afternoon for the wrap up if there's any further questions. So
thanks
appreciate
so much.
it.
Really appreciate you and your staff.
Thank you.
All right, we've got a few minutes break. You want to take a 5 minutes break here? Okay. 5 minutes. And we are proceeding, and I see we're ready for IT, and Matt Fowler's with us. So I'm going to turn this over to Erica to give us the county manager's recommendations.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. Good morning. As we continue with internal services, so important to note the teamwork between the internal services department. What a good job they do in working with our external partners, vendors, our internal staff supports behind the scenes, and then also with one another. If facilities doesn't pay the electric bills, then none of IT's tools work. And if facilities doesn't order the very desks, then we don't have places to put those computers and those monitors. So much great collaboration. And this IT team, several of whom are here, so welcome to them, has had a lot of great accomplishments this year. And they were fully staffed this year at one point, which was a goal of Matt's that he was able to accomplish, and this entire team for their collaboration and teamwork. They're preparing us for Windows 11. They've been working hard on rural broadband. There's great GIS work happening. And everyone in the IT department, I believe, and Matt can correct me if I misspeak, got a CGIS certified. Is that the right certification?
That's correct.
And so they're able to help the county attorney's office, the sheriff's office, and provide a greater level of service to other departments. So that was a huge accomplishment as well. In looking at their increment requests, the IT department submitted an increment request to modify the Microsoft licensing agreement and to enhance the associated security functionality. And this request is recommended by the county manager's office. And the county will continue to explore cost allocations for licenses in the area of IT. And Matt does a great job of negotiating those costs and looking at those and making sure that we have the best technology that we can afford and that people have the right tools to do their work. The IT department will also be receiving the 5% CPI, and they will benefit from the motor pool. They do have two recommendations that were not recommended this fiscal year as they look forward to what they want to accomplish long-term. And one of those is the 5-year life cycle for the network refresh. So Matt will speak to that. And then also some additional cost increases that could come out of the CPI. So excited to have them here with us today. And with that, I'll turn it over to Matt.
All right. Well, thank you, DCM Philpott, Chair Horseman, members of the board. It's great to be here. First, we're going to start off with our org chart. Again, my name is Matt Fowler. We have Helen Costello also in attendance, who's the Deputy CIO. We also have Nate Wren, who's our GIS manager. Thank you for being here. Melanie Gordon, who's our business manager. Lee Root, service delivery manager. Matt Malik, business applications and special initiatives manager. Scott Carey, who's our IT project manager. Wayne Brannick, who's our new IT operations manager. And Billy Holloway, who's our chief information security officer. So it's fantastic to have the team here, put a face to the name and all the great work that they're doing behind the scenes. One thing that we want to talk about is the FY25 staffing versus FY26. Overall, we're in great shape. We have 32 staff allocated to the department currently, 29 of which are FTE and 3 limited terms. Please note that the rural broadband position, in addition to health and human services, service delivery specialist 2, that are illustrated with the LT for limited term, are both expiring on June 30th of 2025. Those will not be on the FY26 org chart. Chair, that's correct. No, this was planned limited term positions that expire on June 30th. So it was planned. It has nothing to do with federal freezes or grant funding at this time. So as we take a look at the divisions that make up our department, we really want to highlight the amazing work. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor.
Since we're talking about a rural broadband director or manager, we're done with the projects and we don't need that position anymore.
We're not done with the project, Supervisor Fowler. Rural broadband is going to be with us for some time. The BEAD process is still ongoing, and so that's with the ACA, with the state. And so a lot of the heavy lifting was well accomplished by Mary Knight. We got a lot done. And now we're going through the processes of following the guidance of ACA, the Arizona Commerce Authority, in regards to how that funding will be distributed. Right now, we're hearing that that could be as early as September, October, but it's to be determined at this time of how much money will be allotted to each county in respect to the $993 million across the state. So as we look at this, and we're trying to be effective and thoughtful around resources across the county, this is something that Helen and I have absorbed, and then also leveraging our team to make sure that we still have a seat at the table and can continue this effort internally without coming to the board and asking for additional resources for this position. Again, the challenge process and all the heavy lifting, again, is complete and is well accomplished. No problem. Any other questions regarding the org chart or positions? Okay, thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Okay, great. We're going to talk about the 7 divisions that make up the department and the amazing work that goes on behind the scenes. So we're going to start off with service delivery. Again, this is Lee Root's area, and really this is the customer engagement component, answering the calls, helping our end users, assisting all of our customers, both internally and externally, when needed. So one interesting metric is 5,500 tickets. These aren't just incidents, they're also requests. It could be that you have, you need a particular software ordered, or maybe you need a new monitor. It could be a variety of technology-related requests. So that's an interesting metric and really great work from the division. As we take a look at business applications, and Matt Malik, currently overseeing and administering roughly 250 different enterprise applications. So again, when we look at this number, we've talked about this in previous years, we want to see this number go down, not up. And so this is when different departments are purchasing and procuring different software and technologies, because there's need in those particular areas. Each time something is procured, that number goes higher because our team has to support it. And so looking at consolidating some of these tools where appropriate is really the vision, making sure that we could have reduced costs in a lower number as it relates to enterprise applications. In addition, the business applications division is really heavily involved in digital transformation initiatives. For example, going paperless, and also database management across the enterprise. As we look at the network division, there's currently 235 different appliances. This relates to switches, routers, wireless access point, wireless access controllers, firewalls, and everything that protects and keeps us all integrated and connected in order to communicate effectively. And not only communicate effectively, but communicate securely, which is really important. So a lot of critical infrastructure, making sure that the services are available, not only internally to our workforce, but also to our constituents. And on the operations side, this can be called different names, and really what it is the data center. This is where all of our compute, memory, and storage resides. This is also where we have our disaster recovery appliances, and it's a really critical component. It's the epicenter of all the work that we're doing across the enterprise. So one interesting metric, a takeaway, is 51,000 vulnerabilities have been patched across the systems team for the data center, and really across the entire enterprise. So as a vulnerability becomes available that we're aware of, that's a very high number, because the threat landscape is constantly changing. There's new vulnerabilities. And so there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes continuously. As we pivot to talk about security, the number one role and responsibility is really to safeguard the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of county infrastructure and data. We don't go in depth when we talk about security publicly. We can always come back and discuss details in an executive session, which is best practice. But one key takeaway that we are excited to share is for FY25, there has not been a cybersecurity incident. So that's an accomplishment to the entire organization, and everyone coming together to do training and user awareness, and it's a continuous effort. Next, we're talking about GIS, and I think we can all relate to GIS as we look at visual aids to make policy decisions and planning. evacuation maps, census. There's so much critical work that Nate Wren and his team are providing around GIS. Currently 475 different data sets, tools, and applications that the division is currently administering. And last, we'll talk a little bit about administration and budget. Our business manager is on track to close approximately 815 different transactions. Those transactions are not just in the IT department. It's also when you're procuring software or need something. All those transactions are proxied essentially through IT, ensuring that you're buying the right products, that it's secure and meets the requirements of how we conduct business. On the administration side, the entire IT leadership, honestly, it's not just Helen and I, but we're very passionate about bringing the team together, having the proper training and skill set, focusing on retention, and really building out a robust team and environment, not only for ourselves, but for long-term operational success for our county. This is a really exciting slide. We're going to talk a little bit about budget. And I want to go back a little bit as we recognize a new district supervisor, that when ARPA funding was available to the county in FY23, that the IT department received $4 million of what was called non-ARPA revenue loss funding. So that $4 million was provided to IT with the emphasis of transforming service. How do we provide services differently around leveraging digital aids and innovation? And we'll talk about some of those examples in a second. So as we take a look at the budget in this graph, starting from the left, we have approximately $170,000 remaining from the NARA grant that we're administering. There's currently $560,000 that is allotted to our department under what's called 0799. And what this means is that we're paying the bills on behalf of other departments. I think a good example would be prosecutor by Carpel for our county attorney's office. That's what the non-department funds are, is that we're paying the bills on behalf of other areas as it relates to technology in the event that we need to run metrics and say, what does it cost for technology as an organization? As we look at the non-ARPA revenue loss funds, there's still approximately $2.6 million. And this really shows that we've been great stewards of that $4 million. It hasn't been exhausted immediately. We've been very strategic on how to expend those funds and really transform services digitally, like I mentioned before. It's really important. So now as we're talking about some of those key initiatives and takeaways, one of the items that we're really excited about, and I think recently was presented to you from the sheriff's office, is what's known as Flock LPR. So we've had a great partnership with the sheriff's office, having a lot of meetings with Sheriff Axley and his team, and really trying to stay competitive and also leverage technology for these particular use cases. So Flock LPR is an example of how those digital transformation funds have been expended to support those various programs versus coming to the board and asking for general fund dollars. So it's a fantastic program. We'll get into depth on that at another date following Sheriff Axon's lead. But just so you're aware, these are fantastic tools that allow law enforcement agencies to have an additional resource in their tool belt versus the way of standard policing in the past. And so being able to look at hits and be able to respond to that particular anomaly, it allows us to respond, the law enforcement to respond faster and keep our communities safer. So it's a phenomenal program. In addition, we've also worked with the sheriff's office on connecting the Lake Powell vessel that's patrolling out there on the water. And so it's a fantastic opportunity to have our deputies no longer have to call in by radio and say, hey, I need to run a VIN, I need assistance, can you perform this lookup? Now they have full connectivity working securely over VPN on that body of water and being able to do their jobs more effectively and efficiently. Same can be said for the medical examiner, who has a very difficult job, frankly, of traveling our very vast county and for various different accident scenes and different use cases. And so having that connectivity for our medical examiner out in the field in the most rural areas not only benefits our medical examiner, but also allows the opportunity to share that internet connection with DPS and some of our other external agencies that are at that same crash scene. So it proves itself to be extremely valuable. And I know the medical examiner's office is very excited about that enhancement. We've also, since we're talking about Starlink, we've also done this in the furthest most areas of our county, like in Fredonia. We have deputies out there that are now using Starlink and have that same capability versus calling in over the radio. And it really makes a difference when speaking with these individuals of how excited the technology enhances their daily work. So very, very exciting takeaway. The money's also allowed us to invest in what's called a storage array. I won't talk tech, but the simple terms is this is where all of the data sits in our data center. So when you're clicking on that particular file, you're able to retrieve it very, very quickly. And so those are very high cost items that we're lucky enough to be able to use these funding mechanisms versus coming to the board and asking for 500 plus, for that type of investment. In addition, we've also worked on the network microsegmentation, and I apologize for these techie words. We're trying to make it where there's no jargon here, but network microsegmentation is extremely important, especially like around the presidential election and critical initiatives, to make sure that our data is segregated from each other. So if there's an incident in a particular area of the county, it would be isolated to that zone or to that segment. And so this is something that we've been talking about for about 8 years of wanting to accomplish. And now that we finally have these stimulus dollars, these are the things that are achievable and that are fully underway, which further safeguards our county and allows us to respond effectively in the event we ever do have a particular anomaly that we need to deal with. Another exciting takeaway is the 10 gig internet circuit upgrade. Right now, our internet circuit is 1 gig to the internet, and that's fast. However, as we look to the future and we're forward thinking, what are some ways that we can conduct business differently? And so right now we have an on-premise, it's physically located here in Flagstaff, our data center. And what we want to do, and it's been difficult because we haven't had that robust internet connectivity offering in the past that was affordable, but now that we can go to 10 gigs, 10 gigabit connection allows us to really pivot, work closely with Tom Hanachek and his team and say, hey, let's look at some of these options around the physical layout of the data center. Where can we reduce costs? Can we do a hybrid data center or maybe a full cloud data center? And that not only creates a more robust redundancy for data, but it also lowers those physical capital costs for running HVAC, power, and all the necessities of a data center. We've been very limited with connectivity around broadband, obviously, even here in Flagstaff. So this isn't something that we've been really championing because it just doesn't exist to the level of comfort that we've wanted to feel. But now that we're seeing the BEAD dollars becoming available and there's more infrastructure that's being implemented in the city of Flagstaff and through the 17 and the proposed 40, we're having those opportunities to see rings where we have the redundancy, which means that we feel more comfortable to eventually make these proposals to the board and get that feedback at a later date. Does it make sense for us to go more hybrid and full cloud for cost savings and for redundancy? As we talk about digital transformation, this is a buzzword that you hear everywhere. And it's not just about going paperless. There's so many other examples like Flock LPR. But Matt Malik and his team have done a fantastic job of not only managing the NARA grant, but also working with a lot of our stakeholders on digitizing how they do their work historically into today's technology. And that really not only benefits ourselves internally, but our constituents, right? Where if they have that connectivity, they don't have to drive 2 hours or 2.5 hours to get a document. They can provide self-service and just grab this over the internet. So a fantastic program. As you're fully aware, the rural broadband match is also earmarked and reserved for the $1 million. Again, just as a friendly reminder, that $1 million is to own our fiber between all of our county buildings and not have to pay those leases. And we would have ownership with that small contribution of $1 million once that's developed. And just for awareness, I won't go too in depth here, but we're spending approximately $400,000 annually. So that's $4 million, over a 10-year period. And so by us getting into a position and having that RFI and the RFP to eventually have ownership is a huge ROI for us. And not only from the cost perspective, but on the technical side, we can change the speeds between those lease lines and those circuits because we would be owning them, which would further promote how we operate effectively. So it's all positive. And then as we talk about capital lifecycle and infrastructure, I do want to pause on this topic. Deputy County Manager Philpott mentioned this during the opener of what was not approved and talking about that 300,000. And I don't want it to be confusing, and I apologize if it is, but the reason we put this on every year is because it's historically requested every year since I started in late 2017. At the time, there was not a life cycle management plan at all. So in 2017, there was no idea what does it cost to maintain our network. And so we worked really closely with county management, and we developed what the cost would be. We brought it to the board, and we shared at that time it was roughly $1.5 million. So instead of coming to the board and asking for $1.5 million, which is a huge fiscal impact to the organization, it's best practice in our recommendation to try to chip away at 20% of that number per year. And so that equals 300,000. So when we don't have the stimulus dollars and we're seeing these healthy reserves like we see today, we're absolutely requesting those monies from our county manager's office and getting input from Siri and the financial team, and also your guys' hopefully final approval from a board perspective. But the reason we have it placed on there, even though we're self-funding it from the digital transformation fund, is just as that friendly reminder, because you guys are seeing so many requests. We don't want it to come off entirely, and then all of a sudden it feel like, well, why is this on here when it wasn't before? So this is something that we do every single year. You'll see an increment request for $300,000. Sometimes it may not be available, and that's okay. We're able to stretch out some of the replacement as required. But just as a reminder, the capital life cycle and that 300,000 has been funded internally since FY23, and it will be funded internally in FY26. If there's a key takeaway from this slide, in all the fantastic initiatives, the unfortunate news is that the stimulus monies will eventually run dry, right? So they're going to run out. So FY26, we're green, we're healthy, things are great. FY27, also very healthy, honestly. There could be some changes depending on the demands and certain things that come up, but overall 26 and 27 are good. The concern or the cliff, the takeaway would be FY28. FY28 is where we would not have any reserves from these non-ARPA revenue loss dollars, the stimulus fund, and we would be coming to the board for your consideration on particular investments across the infrastructure in the county. Moving on to our next slide, which is projects. I want to highlight before we get into the numbers here, every department defines projects differently. So for IT, we define it as anything that's over 25 hours of a staff member's time. So the number may seem very high to other departments. However, we recognize other departments are doing tremendous work as well. We have 55 currently within the department, 30 of which are fully active and 25 are on hold. And as you can see from this visual aid, that we do a lot with facilities. And Tom just presented with Tara, talking about new building locations. Some of these are pending, it sounds like, but others are not. And every time we do an enhancement to programming and physical space, it impacts IT. And so we have a great partnership with Tom's department. But you can see the numeric value here is 8, and that's because of pathways and other initiatives. We also have an area for all county. And what this means is these are initiatives that aren't specific to one department. They benefit the entire organization. And as you can see, the treasurer has 3, recorder has 3, and so on. As we take a look at our accomplishments, I'll be honest, this is difficult for me as we have so many accomplishments throughout the year. It's hard to put it into a slide, but it's a great opportunity for us to highlight some of the most important, but please know there's so many more. There's so much fantastic work that's going on behind the scenes from the staff that's sitting here today and our entire department. And we're happy to discuss those if you ever want to have lunch or separate meetings of really hearing the full picture. So I'll do my best to capture some of these key takeaways, starting broken out by division. And so within the administration area, and it's also in the back of your pamphlet, is the Rural Broadband Strategic Plan. And we're also underway for the 5-year IT strategic plan, which is from 2025 through 2030. Helen and I do plan on coming back to do a presentation for the 5-year plan to share that particular initiative and seek your feedback and really highlight what the vision and plan looks like around technology. But those are really important to us and for our community. And so if you take a look at the back of your pamphlet, you'll see the publication that we just printed that'll be available electronically, and it'll also be handed out in very rural areas where connectivity does not exist. And that's to tell our story that we are actively involved. We are working with the Arizona Commerce Authority, that there is hope, and that we are hearing that funding will be available, and that in time, every business serviceable location will be connected, every household, every business. And so that's just a pamphlet. I don't think we're going to go into too much detail unless you'd like to at the end, but this tells our story and all the amazing work that Mary Knight accomplished in addition to our team. And it's really important to us, and I recognize it's really important to our board and our county manager's office as well. As we take a look at business applications, the team worked really closely with our recorder and implemented an enhanced fraud protection software, which is fantastic. In GIS, working with the flood control district, there was a Munns Park revised preliminary flood map request, which was very important. So that's a key takeaway. On the network side, we've recently upgraded and implemented next generation firewalls in addition to ongoing network component replacement. On the security side, again, even though we don't go into detail here, we do want to share an accomplishment. We touched on it earlier, saying we didn't have a cyber incident this year, but come November of 25, will be 8 years, and not an incident, not one single incident over that 8-year period. There's been a lot of work in order to make that number stick, and a lot of support from our board around various investments like MFA and our email scrubber and identity and so much more. But really a great accomplishment, not just for the department, but for the organization. As you work with your peers and go to other events like NACO, and you're with a lot of other supervisors around different municipalities or counties, this is not always the case. You might run into other staff that are your peers that have been in this situation, and it can be catastrophic. So something that we take very seriously, and very appreciative to have Billy Holloway and the ISO staff members championing this initiative and really prioritizing everything that it means. In addition to having no cyber incidents, one of the things that we're also passionate about, and Billy's done a great job, is continuing the effort around governance, risk, and compliance. So what does that mean? It comes down to policies, right? It helps educate each other on how to operate effectively in the workplace, and there's no better way to do that without policies. And those policies are available on SharePoint, and really provides that guide or compass on how to work securely and effectively with Coconino County. So again, great work. And DCM Philpott also mentioned the Windows 11 and Windows 10. And so we'll talk about that just for a moment. This is not unique to Coconino County. This is the entire world is having to migrate and upgrade from Windows 10 to Windows 11. So this is on the consumer side, it's on the business side, it's everywhere. The deadline for this initiative is October the 14th of 2025 is when Microsoft says no more patching, that you're going to be vulnerable, it's no longer supported. So Lee Root's done a phenomenal job in partnership with Scott Carey managing the project, and really a whole team's effort. We're on track to be 100% across the enterprise by June 30th within FY25. Beginning July 1, our goal is to be 100% compliant ahead of schedule. So great work, and kudos to the team. On the systems and data center side, we've also part of the grant that we received, not using general fund money, but additional stimulus money. We were able to implement a new robust disaster recovery appliance. This ties into continuity of operations and COOP planning. And so what this means is that we have multiple copies of our data in multiple locations and have the ability to restore in the event we do have some type of anomaly. That anomaly doesn't have to just be cyber. It could be a flood. It could be a fire. It could be an uncontrolled circumstance. The key takeaway is that we have the data in multiple places that's secure, and we can restore if needed. Next, Helen Costello is going to discuss creative solutions and partnerships.
Thank you, Matt. Good morning. All right, we've chosen a few partnerships to highlight this year, starting off with the unidentified Humane Task Force. The task force was implemented this year with stakeholders from the health district, medical examiner, county attorney, and sheriff's office. IT is involved in exploring innovative technology tools that can help solve cases. This task force is passionate about bringing closure to families and loved ones. Broadband is a hot topic as we look to expand internet services across the region for our constituents. With the retirement of Mary Knight, rural broadband manager, Matt Fowler and I have been picking up where she left off. We participate in several state, local, and tribal stakeholder groups. In fact, we participated yesterday to ensure we are tracking and coordinating with our regional partners. This is especially important with recent changes in the federal administration, and we are closely monitoring just any impacts that could potentially change funding in our region. Our business applications team under Matt Malik has continued work with the Recorder's Office this year to complete digital transformation of historic paper records. The $1 million National Archives and Records Administration, or NARA grant, for the Recorder has been a tremendous opportunity to decrease the public's reliance on in-person visits to county facilities. This process is both reducing our physical footprint as we reduce record storage and enhancing online accessibility to information. Our GIS team does a tremendous amount of work to support E911. Today, we are highlighting the next generation 911 collaboration with the state in support of public safety answering points, or PSAPs. These PSAPs include all the cities and towns in the county, NAU, the Grand Canyon National Park Service, and our county sheriff's office. And the GIS work is critical to ensure swift emergency response based on GIS data accuracy. Our information security team works closely with the Department of Homeland Security, which was especially important in support of the election process this year. All IT divisions work very closely with the election staff to ensure continuity of operations and smooth election processes are in place. Both our systems or operations and GIS teams have partnered with the county attorney and HHS departments on the important recidivism work through the Rural Alternative Prosecution Grant. The operations team stood up a new server environment and helped to install the software required to run in-depth analysis in support of the project, as well as providing ongoing maintenance and patching to keep the systems healthy and running. Laura Puckett, our GIS HHS analyst, has been working diligently to gather and analyze data in support of action plans and reporting around recidivism. Are there any questions about our partnerships? All right. There's a lot of them. We didn't name them all. Next, we have our SWOT analysis, and we'd like to just highlight a few of the topics that we went through this year as a team. First is our valued partnerships. As mentioned, we have numerous partnerships both within the county and in the community that help us to be successful. We would especially like to highlight our internal service partners, including human resources, facilities management, and finance, as we work closely and rely on each other to support the organization. We would also like to highlight our highly skilled workforce. Information technology is a wide and diverse field, and our team works to complement each other's skills and to find solutions to get the job done. Our IT divisions cannot work independently of each other as we rely on service delivery, security, network, and operations for successful deployments, etc. Under weaknesses, first we've listed inflation. I'm sure you're hearing that a lot this week. The cost of doing business has continued to rise year over year, especially around hardware and software. We've seen annual increases between 5% and 20% and sometimes even higher over the years, and it's just continuing to go up. And now we are facing unknown challenges related to tariffs. Another weakness is the high cost of living. Enticing skilled candidates to apply for and accept positions within the IT field is difficult, especially with rising housing costs in Northern Arizona. For our opportunities, first we'd like to highlight artificial intelligence. AI is everywhere. Across the county, departments are either using generative AI or looking at ways to leverage AI to streamline workflows. IT recommends a measured and thoughtful approach to AI, ensuring that staff have awareness of potential pitfalls to using this technology. Another opportunity is through digital transformation, really transforming the way the county provides services to be more transparent and efficient. And self-service is always a priority of IT as we look at ways to empower both our staff and our citizens. You'll notice that artificial intelligence is listed both as an opportunity and a threat. Without proper vetting and training, AI can be a dangerous tool. Important things to consider are: where is the data stored? What kind of data is being ingested? And how was the AI developed? Another thing we've highlighted is our cyber insurance renewals. We have annual conversations with our providers, and insurers are less willing to insure counties and local governments as they can't afford to pay out high premiums on ransomed environments. And lastly, we're highlighting the changing threat landscape. This means we have to be vigilant and nimble as we constantly mitigate and keep apprised of emerging threats. We are very lucky to have our robust information security office under Billy Holloway that works closely to educate county staff and safeguard our systems. This slide is our IT vision, and this has been embraced by our department, and it helps guide our day-to-day work, decision-making, and strategies long-term. So we focus on people and culture, enhanced services, IT security, community partnership, and service delivery. And ultimately, we look at our vision statement as the guiding principle to shape the goals and outlook for the coming year. We would like to look at the strategic actions listed on the bottom of the slide here that we've broken down by service, security, management, and work. Starting with digital transformation, our efforts will continue next year with the completion of the NARA grant. We have also applied for congressionally directed spending to invest in the Clerk of the Boards project to import archived vault records into OnBase. Conference rooms standardization continues. While all departments and rooms have unique needs, we try to streamline solutions. Self-service benefits both the public and county staff. And as we've touched on, the In Tune with data loss prevention, this is one of the county manager's recommended IRs for this year. This enhancement will allow IT to better manage county devices more securely, reducing the need for customers to be on VPN to receive critical updates. This will also get rid of the need for forced Thursday night reboots. Under security, we will be publishing our first artificial intelligence policy based on best practice and recommendation. We'll also be hosting some lunch and learns to help educate the organization. We will be building out on the success of our first phase of the MPLS rollout, working across the county to complete what's called a re-IPing project to complete the segregation of our network based on business and data classification like HIPAA, CGIS, and elections. In terms of managing our environment, we continue to build out and track our network infrastructure, tracking end-of-life equipment, and aligning our budgetary requests to support our investments. The storage array will be upgraded, and this was in part funded through the NARA grant match as we look to expand county storage based on digital transformation needs. And lastly, our work. We continue to align with both county priorities and the budgetary cycle, and we will focus on ensuring our staff has adequate training to support our robust environment. And that brings us to questions and comments.
members of the board. I will say first and foremost, I mean, obviously IT touches every single department all across Coconino County. And, we appreciate what you and your staff do. I was looking at the number of calls that some of them get, and I'm sure it was 5,000 some. I can't remember what it was. I don't know how many of those came from the Board of Supervisors offices. But we do appreciate everything that you do and your assistance. And by the way, I look forward to continued updates on our rural broadband. I know that's been a real big push. Mary Knight was very instrumental in BEAD and getting some of this, off the ground for us. And we look forward as that rolls out. I don't know what the state's broadband projects have been along 17 and 40. And so we don't know really where we are. We know there's been a whole lot of talk. There's been a whole lot of push in that direction. Although I'm going to tell you, I still have problem trying to get connectivity going up 17. There's still an incredible amount of problems on 180, especially when you get to right Fort Valley, from Fort Valley really on until Tuesday on. So, and I'm sure a lot of other the supervisors experience the same when they're getting outside of the greater Flagstaff area. So, and I don't know whatever happened with Flag. I mean, as you were saying, trying to get the connections between, interconnectivity between what we're doing and what some of the other entities are doing. So I would love to get an update. I know now is not the time, this is budget, but it's something that's an important issue for us, an important issue for our very rural constituents. And so I look forward for getting an update on that. Otherwise, great job. Interesting. I did not know we were going from Windows 10 to Windows 11. I hope that goes smoothly. With IT, it just seems that it's best laid plans, but it never goes as planned. So, but we certainly know we're in good hands. So thank you for you and your team and for all the work you do. Really appreciate that. Other comments, questions? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions. I've got some comments, and I'm going to start by saying that I really have to look at this kind of from the 30,000 foot view because I did not understand. I wish I could say that I understood everything that you and Helen were talking about, but I'm not going to lie to you. I did not. But there were things that I did understand. And I want to thank you for giving me the background on the ARPA funding because you're right, I was not here. I did not know that. I also appreciate your fiscal management, how you're managing those dollars. I am a fiscal conservative, so I really appreciate that. And I also want to thank you for explaining your continued network refresh request. So when I see it again next year, I'm going to understand why that is there. I will just say that I'm glad that the funding remains according to what was presented for the rural broadband at this point. I'm really, really pleased to hear that because all of us, I know all of the supervisors, their districts have areas that really need it. I feel like I have a lot of area in District 3 that really needs this. So I am excited about that. And I also appreciate the partnerships that you guys have. They are so very important. And one of the things that we've been hearing a lot of is homeowner loss of insurance. I didn't realize that you guys could possibly suffer loss of cyber insurance. Is that what you were saying, Helen? Yeah.
Chair Horseman, District 3 Supervisor Ontiveros. It's a concern for all municipalities and county organizations, basically state and local government, that if this continues across the globe, that insurance providers eventually are going to say, for cyber, you need to self-insure. We're not there yet, but it's on the radar. If that ever does happen, the organization really needs to take a pause and really consider what kind of money would we need to set aside in the event that we were uninsurable in the cyber landscape. I think this certainly would be a conversation we would include Esler and his team and Margaret Pernado as they're managing the cyber, but it touches our department as we're heavily involved in safeguarding the county. But it's certainly a concern, and it's just something we want to plant the seed on. Whether or not that's going to happen immediately is very unlikely, but in the future, it's always a discussion that we're made aware of. It's also discussed at the CSA meetings and others, but we don't have an indication that it's going to be in FY26 or even in FY27. It all depends on the volatility of the world and who's willing to insure organizations. The good news for us is that we don't have a track record of ransomware. We have never had a ransomware event. So when you're looking at ratings, we're a strong rating. So the odds of us losing insurance are low. However, it's still a concern because if the industry changes, it impacts us as well. So hopefully that answers your question, Supervisor.
Well, it does, and that's actually a really good segue to what I was going to say next, which is what you just brought out about the successes of not having any cyber incidents, you know, making us more insurable, if you will. That's huge. That goes to you, your team, to all of you. And I mean, I really give you kudos on that. So thank you very much. And also thank you for planting that seed, that there could potentially be loss of insurance on that. So I realize it's not today, but it is always good to know what can be coming on the horizon. So, with that, again, thank you for all that you guys do. I really appreciate it. All of you guys.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Sure. All right. Well, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for your team for keeping us digitally safe. It's so important as everything gets more and more digitized. Thought it was really interesting on your SWOT analysis about AI being an opportunity and a threat. You know, I thought that was really interesting. I had met with NAU president last month and a group of leaders talking about AI, and the big word was not that AI is going to take your job. The person who knows how to use AI better is going to take your job. And so, you know, it's something that we have to consider as everything becomes more digitized and more integrated with AI. And so appreciate your leadership in navigating that realm and looking for ways to make sure that it's a tool that helps us be more efficient and better, and not a tool that takes over our thought process as humans, and keep those things into consideration. The other piece that I wanted to just kind of ask about was, and you've already alluded to it, but I wanted to ask it more specifically. Have there been any impacts to our broadband efforts with some of the presidential orders and whatnot? Have you seen any local impacts to those orders?
Chair Horseman, Vice Chair Vasquez, that's a great question. We did recently learn that they did pull the monies for digital equity. So digital equity was a program that was going to be championed across the state. A lot of that responsibility was going to fall on individual municipalities and counties to identify resources and partial funding. It's not a huge impact. However, there are pieces of this that are slowly being pulled away. Of course, there's rumors. We've heard a lot of different rumors, but nothing substantial and nothing directly from the Arizona Commerce Authority that would require us to take action and report up. But right now, everything is on track. The second round is anticipated to close for all the different carriers, the internet service providers who are submitting for the $993 million across the state of Arizona. As I said earlier, they're anticipating, it's not a confirmed formal date, but as early as September, October. And that's when we'll know exactly the dollar amount that would be allocated to the project areas defined throughout Coconino County.
Does that come through the state then? Or, I mean, doesn't most of that come through the state and then from the state to us locally?
Chair Horseman, that's correct. It's pass-through funding. It doesn't touch us at all, so we wouldn't be working with Siri and the finance team to project these dollars from a forecasting perspective. The dollars are going directly to the internet service providers that are applying, but they do benefit our county based off of those implementations. And to Supervisor District 3, Ontiveros, once we have all the infrastructure, it absolutely will tie back into cell phone tower being implemented across different areas. We'll work really closely with planning and zoning and with Jay Christelman on what those proposals look like. Because once we have the backhaul and all of the fiber that's in the ground, that's when you'll start seeing a lot of the cell phone providers coming and saying, we want to service these areas. We want to have this, we want to have that. And that's where you're going to see that connectivity on the 17. That's where you'll see the connectivity in these areas off the 180 that just don't exist today, because there's no way to have reliable backhaul, which we call transport, to the internet. And so once all this is built out, not only will we have fiber to the home and to the businesses, but we'll also see cell phone coverage drastically improved, which will be a game changer, especially for rural Arizona.
You mentioned the building of the infrastructure. How does that relate to the $1 million request? Is that you were talking about us owning fiber versus the fiber that is put in by these companies?
Chair Horstman, Vice Chair Vasquez, that's a great question. The $1 million is our contribution as part of the RFP when we did that solicitation, which is a fraction of what it would cost to install our own fiber between the buildings. But the company that was selected and endorsed by our board was WeCom, and through that negotiation would allow us to have strands of fiber when they build out their network that would be owned by the county for the use of county purposes only. And so to Chair Horstman's comment from previous conversations and one-on-ones, one of the things that we'll come back and present to the board is also having an IGA between the county, the city of Flagstaff, and NAU and the Board of Regents. So whatever investments the Board of Regents, the triad universities make, in addition to the city of Flagstaff and the county, that we can leverage each other for the, for the purposes of government use. So we wouldn't be allowed to have this fiber and then monetize it for something, nor would we ever intend to. But being able to connect ourselves to get rid of those lease lines, which are a liability and expense right now, we're spending that money every month. That would go away and would be a huge cost savings. And that's where that $1 million is injected towards, but it's a very small fraction of what that actually would cost to have fiber ownership between all of the county buildings.
That makes sense. And it sounds like a good return on investment. I mean, you make back your money in 2.5 years over a 10-year haul if you're leasing. So that's, something we definitely want to look into and hope we can establish and strengthen our infrastructure. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, thank you. We are very fortunate. Who knew we'd be here today at the point where we're at, with the, we didn't talk about technology or internet, broadband way back. And now we are so, we're up to date with everything. The thing that you hear across the country is lack of resource, lack of training, lack of awareness, outdated technology. And yet we don't have any conversation about that. It's already the training for the staff and the networking that's going on, partnerships. It's here, it's right here. So we're very, very, very fortunate with your leadership, Helen, and all the team that's here. It's just been just a really good way of developing our technology. Thank goodness you came to Coconino County. Thank you for bringing us to where we are today and taking us through COVID. We had these sessions prior to COVID. We used to have this session about what would it be like 50 years from now? And we dream up all kinds of crazy things. Well, that thing just ran over us. And here we are, we are in another world. And yet we are in another world where we are up to point where we don't have cyber attacks. We know what to do. We know it, and all the agents, all the departments are working together. So I just think it's just amazing that Coconino County, and that's why you get an award every year. So Coconino County is really fortunate to have the the knowledge and the skill that it has in the staff. So thank you for that. And then the rural broadband, you know, that's coming. We have the second round that's gonna come about, first round, second round. I'm really hoping, and this is where we may need to advocate and to make sure that the broadband is still the country's priority. You know, we thought the health and the well-being of the communities was a country's priority, and we're learning that can be chipped away at. But this broadband access, internet access is very important. We have rural communities. Thank goodness Utah is taking care of some of our communities, and we're not worried about that, you know. And then Starlink, we work so hard with Starlink, and thank goodness your team was able to work with that. And we have offices that are linked with Starlink. We have our deputies and our boat patrol. And I mean, you're working and you deliver everything so calmly, like so easy, but your vastness of knowledge and just what you're accomplishing, amazing. Yes, this is a fraction of what you have, what you've done. I am still concerned, and I'm gonna be very concerned that you and Helen are doing the broadband. That a full-time position was taking care of that. Now that full-time position is added in addition to your work, in addition to everything else that you're doing. Last year and the years before, you were carrying other positions, and now you're still carrying those other positions, and now broadband is now put on top of all those other positions. So I think we really need to take a look at that. I want to put that on the board. I don't think it's right. I think we need to make sure that our staff are cared for. I think we can't overwork and overstress our staff. I think that we need to make sure that, yeah, we are really looking at, you know, really looking at the dollars, but we gotta also not overpile our staff. We gotta be careful with that. And then you also have a broadband is very complex. It's not a simple thing. Internet, we just heard how complex it is, and it's even getting more complex, and it's getting even more challenging, and the cost is escalating. The software is escalating. Now we've got added tariffs, and then just the time consuming, just a phone call that I make because I can't get into my email or something, that's time consuming. I'm taking that away from somebody else. But just upgrading all the software, every Thursday you upgrade all, and then making sure that our phones and our emails, everything, every technology devices we have are all compatible. That is amazing. So that's why I get concerned about these positions that are, well, we're just absorbing it. And I want to see, I'm trying to find where the recommendations are here. Life cycle, 5 years. I think that you've been carrying that all this time. And yes, you do ask for it every year, but I think we need to really put that at the forefront of a concern and somehow work that into our 10-year outlook. And the other one is the insurance. Insurance has been is a growing conversation out in the cyber world and in the government, in the governmental realm, because of just the amount of ransom attacks and other kinds of attacks on government agencies. So it's gotten to the point where at first we used to get this alarming news. Everybody got the news. Oh, that town. Oh, that county. Oh, that school. And we're sitting in Phoenix. Here we're in a meeting in Phoenix, and one of the school superintendent's office got attacked. And we're sitting there at a meeting. It's like, oh my God. Right away I text Matt, said, is our superintendent part of our system? Yes. So every county is different. Every government is different. Not all, sometimes the other electeds have their own internet. Here, it's all one. It's covered, we're covered, and they all work with each other. We're very fortunate. So I just want to thank you for that, for your vision and inclusion, including everyone, all the departments in that, and then providing those trainings. I think those are really important. I think those are really important. And this broadband, the broadband out into our rural communities, or just our communities, Flagstaff, everywhere. It's gonna take, it's not just gonna be over next week. It's gonna be, it's gonna take several years. And I'm hoping that we need to, as a county, need to really advocate for our communities. In this cyber world, rural communities get left out. That means our healthcare, that means our schools, that means people being able to work from home, or even being able to make a phone call. That is just as simple as that, as it affects every individual. Just like you're talking about the cell towers. Now we have our deputy, which is, they're in the driving in the dark zone, and that's why we have our ham radios out there. It's because they're working in the dark. Now we have Starlink, and they're able to use that. So anyway, just want to thank you, and just your vision, and really being able to be a county that is in the forefront of this very complex, a complex world that we're in, where we don't see it. We don't see what's going on inside here. We don't see how it's connected. It's just all invisible. And yet you all are the ones that make sure that we're doing what we need to do in delivering the service in elections and the courts. Look at the courts, technology. They're moving towards technology more, court recorders. And here we are. We never thought we'd be going in that direction. And yet, how do we manage that? How do we do it? You have to invest in that like we've been doing, to be able to stay up with it. And I'm just, I don't know where it's headed. When you read about it, it sounds like AI, the AI is they're having special trainings on AI, So thank you, appreciate all of you. I just really thank the whole team, and it's a small team, but very, the expertise that we have, just you can't, in a community like ours, a rural community, that Coconino County, thank you for choosing Coconino County and working here and having your family be here with us and taking care of us and our residents. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
It's good to be the last one to make comments because everybody said what you wanted to say. But anyway, I just want to thank the department, for all the hard work that you do out there with you and your staff. Also, Mary Knight, thank you, for all the your services that you brought forth, um, and I think a lot of us are thinking about saving costs, in certain areas, and basically uh, owning our own things that we need to build and have it under our belts, to secure, address security and having all the backups and all the data that's out there for all the departments. And then the partnerships are very, very critical and crucial because, they're the ones that having expansion of those partnerships is something that I really greatly appreciate. And the accomplishments in all the accomplishments that you have listed regarding all the plans, the upgrades that you're doing, and just on and on, ensuring compliance. So I just want to say thank you for all of that. And GIS is part of that. Security service auxiliary, your business apps, all those. And I know that we were. I'm glad that WeCom was mentioned because I know that the board had acknowledged them when they came before the board, and I think, it's nice that you guys are working, with an IGA, also with the city and the NAU. Again, those partnerships are some departments that we really need. And then, so I just want to say, is there a way that you can make the mandatory trainings easier for us? I attempted one 3 times and I was just people calling and there's something that my emails ring and I start and I never finish it and I get back to it and it's it's like, oh my gosh. So I know I still have the last one to do, but if you can just make it 5 questions, the ones that I had right, that would be good. But anyway, I just want to say thank you for everyone. Thank you for all IT staff. Yeah, you guys have something that's very precious and something that we really, really need within our county, and being out there and being knowledgeable about it. Thank you so much for all your efforts. And, a lot of times, you probably work overtime and, not within the 8 hours. So I know that takes a lot of work. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You've heard from all of us, how integral you are to everything we do and how appreciative we are. And one thing that's come up, and AI, it offers opportunity, but it's scary. And I think one thing that might be helpful is for our staff. I know for myself and probably for the other board members, when you do training, would you please include us? I'd like to become a little bit more knowledgeable on what it is, what we can use it as a tool, what we need to do to stay away from. I know that Chat GBT is something that I've never used. Certainly it seems to be something, or GPT chat, whatever it is. And, but it would be very interesting, I think, to get some overview from you all on AI, how we can use it, how we shouldn't use it. And just going forward, I think would be very helpful. So with that, really appreciate all of your efforts and thank you for being here. And we look forward to continuing discussions on it. And thank you for understanding that we are in difficult times and uncertain times, and that is reaching all across all of the departments. And we appreciate your understanding on that and with your limitations on what your requests were. So thank you. Really appreciate that. Thanks. We can go on. I think we have one more before lunch. Is that right? And I think the next one's human resources. So thank you all. We'll see you up in my office soon. No, just kidding. Yeah. Ye- All right, we are going forward. Are you, and I figured there'd be Erica that would basically give us the overview on human resources. And then we look forward to hearing your presentation. So tell us what we need to know, what the county manager's recommendations are.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. Excited to have Human Resources present to you today. Krista is in the New Kids Club in the budget presentations. So she was promoted August 3rd. So coming up on her 1 year as director. And so this is her first time presenting as the director. She's been here 8 years at the county, but first time presenting the budget presentation. Human Resources, as you know, collaborates with departments during stressful and busy times. They take care of employees and departments, whether they're experiencing the joys of a retirement or a new job or a stressful illness. And it is open enrollment time. So please do your open enrollment and employee turnover and hiring and everything in between. And so they're a resource not only to the departments, but also to all the applicants. And they collaborate with outside partners on our benefits, on committees. They're integral to their human resources partners. And that's something that Krista has done particularly well, is collaborate with her HR partners. Human Resources did not submit any increment requests this year due to the uncertainty. They will receive a recommendation for a 5% CPI. They do not have any motor pool vehicles, so the motor pool change does not impact them. So those are the county manager recommendations. And with that, I will turn it over to Krista Cedillo.
Thank you, Erica and Chair Horseman, members of the board. So happy and honored to be here with you today. I wanted to start by introducing my team, the members who are able to be here with us. Patricia Sanchez, who is our HR manager, Ashley Cuevas, who is our senior HR manager, Denise Thompson, assistant director, Tammy Sucaviejo, HR business partner, Melissa John, HR specialist, Nikki Davis, HR business partner, and Katie Whistler Bassett, who's also an HR specialist. We have other team members. One's out on vacation and one is helping an employee right now and another is out ill. So,
well, good morning.
this
Thank
our
you for
team.
being with us.
Thank you for that really lovely introduction, Erica. I feel like I could probably leave now. But I don't know if I'm an old kid on a new block or a new kid on an old block, but I am honored to be a part of the group of the newly elected officials and appointed directors that have been presenting in front of you this year. It's really an honor, and I do want to say thank you to the county manager's office for the privilege of being in this role. I also wanted to make sure that I did shout out Erica Philpott. She promoted last July, and we did not backfill my assistant director position that I promoted out of for 7 months. And she really stepped in and helped me a lot while she was still, she was learning her role. So want to make sure I shout that out. Also want to make sure that you as a board know how collaborative this whole county is. And for our new directors, we are really set up for success. I can tell you that I have called Siri, Tom, Matt, who just left, Christopher Tressler, Casey Lightfoot, Michelle Axland, when I just needed some advice and guidance, and they always pick up the phone and we always talk. And I just wanted to make sure they knew that that meant a lot to me. So wanted to, it's been really interesting sitting through all these budget presentations because I know exactly what I'm going to do next year for mine. Yes, I've been taking a lot of notes. So here's the agenda for today.
I really just wanted to highlight our mission and values to begin with. We are committed to delivering high quality and innovative human resources and risk management services. We collaborate with Margaret Pinato. She's in elections now, but she used to be in HR. To attract, develop, motivate, protect, and retain a diverse workforce. And in doing so, we strive towards balancing the needs of the organization with the needs of our most valuable assets, which are our employees and the citizens, and highlight our values: integrity, respect, customer service, innovation, teamwork, and community and family. I also want to just cover our programs, because I think human resources just kind of gets lumped together, like we just do human resources, but we actually do have programs. So personnel administration involves onboarding and offboarding, which occurs through NeoGov and Tyler Enterprise Systems, and the team that performs the HRIS administration and payroll and personnel processing. Our second is recruitment and retention. We collaborate with county departments to attract and retain a highly qualified workforce that supports the county services and appreciates the diverse cultures that the county serves. Employee benefits, pretty self-explanatory. Developing and delivering a comprehensive benefit plan, including health, dental, vision, life, retirement, and disability plans, an EAP program, and a variety of optional and supplemental benefits. Employee and organizational development. We work to increase organizational effectiveness through professional development, as well as training of employees and process improvements to strengthen the organization together. The programs work to reduce turnover and create a better overall working environment. Diversity promotes the principles of diversity, justice, equity, inclusion, and belonging through a variety of countywide and department-specific initiatives, programs, and events. And I think I left out employee relations, which is very important. It's kind of the unspoken program. We don't really talk about what we do with employee relations, but it's helping departments and employees through difficult situations. And the reason I wanted to tee that up is so that when I talked about our org chart, you would understand the org chart. So wanted to start with Denise Thompson, who's our assistant director. And Denise oversees Ashley Cuevas, who's the senior HR manager, and Trisha Sanchez, who's the HR manager. Ashley Cuevas is new to her role, maybe weeks. Oh, a month. She's been in her role for a month. And Ashley is responsible for the supervision of our human resources business partners. And the business partners are responsible for working with departments on employee relations, recruitment and retention, compensation, benefits, really doing all of that work. And I'll get into that, the business partners, in future slides. Trisha oversees our human resources PA processing team, which does the personnel administration that I spoke about. So they are responsible for onboarding. They're responsible for personal action entry, programs. They have a really heavy lift. And so that is how our org chart is defined, and who oversees whom and the programs that they cover. So if I'm being really honest, the one accomplishment I didn't put on here was that this team worked through the transition of our long-term director leaving. That can be very, I don't even know the right word. That can create a lot of fear. It's a lot of new. So I think getting through 2024 with all of that transition, I wanted to say thank you, all of you, for making that go so smoothly. And we're all just really trying to get comfortable with being a beginner, because there's a lot of us who are in new roles. And although we might have about 100 years total of HR and human resources, HR and payroll experience, when you get into a new role, sometimes that doesn't really quite matter. So, but I did want to highlight some of the accomplishments from 2024. Assisting the HRPA processing team under personnel administration, assisted the elections department with onboarding more than 500 temporary poll workers. I'll get into that later with our collaboration slide. And also processed more than 5,000 personal actions. So that's about 1,250 personal actions per person. That's a lot. That's a lot of data entry and personal actions. Recruitment and retention. We collaborated with departments in recruiting for and filling hard to fill positions, including the assistant medical examiner, youth behavioral health center director, and economic development director. And I know we've been talking a lot about the court reporter, and I told Maya when she was in here, I think people think it's like a court reporter, like I'm standing outside the court reporting. So maybe we could do something different in the title that's actually going to attract people who are stenographers and transcriptionists and not want to be on the beat.
We may have to do that all across the country.
Yeah. We have attended multiple veteran stand down events and recruitment and career fairs throughout Northern Arizona. Last year, we successfully integrated to our Simon portal, which again, shout out, it's open enrollment. Please go into your portal and look at all your benefits. And we integrated to the MyVera app for employee wellness. That was a big undertaking last year. So I'm really excited that we were able to make it through, and also wanted to highlight that we hosted a poker walk. No gambling really happened. For wellness, in which 33 employees walked the block around the courthouse while collecting cards for the best poker hand, and whoever got the best got a gift certificate to the Juice Pub. And we're looking forward to having more wellness events in FY26. Employee growth and development. We helped present at National Public Service Awards the 30 individual employees and 15 teams in Flagstaff and in Northern Arizona, and organized multiple employee service recognition events. For employee relations, last summer we conducted 2 mandatory trainings for county employees, drug and alcohol awareness training and workplace harassment training. We assisted more than 10 employees through the ADA, or Americans with Disabilities Act interactive process, and assisted county departments with difficult, it just says employee, that's true, but also employee relations situations is what that should have said. Diversity is, we have a very, our diversity heritage lunch and learns, we've been doing that for a decade, I think now. We can credit Erica Philpott for starting that. And we hosted 70 lunch and learns for our heritage months. And last year was the first time we celebrated Disabilities Awareness Month for the first time last March, and we'll continue to do that. So I wanted to talk a little bit about creative solutions and partnerships. The Human Resources Business Partner Model. For many years, the Human Resources Department had specific analysts for each program. So like one recruitment and retention specialist, analyst, one employee relations analyst, one benefits analyst. And so a few years back, we decided to join recruitment and retention and employee relations and then benefits. So kind of moved in that direction, but we still had departments who were confused. Like, who do I call about this, Kristen? What do we do about this? So last summer, the leadership team of HR decided it was the time to create a business partner model. And that means that those business partners are the first point of contact for departments when there's an employee relations issue, a recruitment going on, they have questions about employee benefits. So there's one point of contact for a department. And that just really helps streamline questions and getting information out and really creating really good partnerships with departments. I had mentioned the elections onboarding. That's important because last year I had talked about this. There was a new I-9 that was put out last August. So typically a poll worker who had worked the year before could just come on, we look at their old I-9, which is a federal document, and say, okay, it's been a year, you're good. Well, because there was a new form put out, every rehire had to fill out a new form.
And that was a big undertaking. And then with the amount of poll workers that we were recruiting, I believe it was around 500 that we eventually got to. That's a very big process. The person has to apply through a job posting, be vetted or talked to by the elections department. Then the elections department reach out to human resources to reach out to that candidate to get them their onboarding paperwork and all of the things that go on to be a paid employee at the county. It was a really large undertaking. I'm really proud of the elections department and our staff for everything that went into that. It was a lot of work. And I think the elections department would say it went on, it was really smooth. And so also wanted to highlight collaborating with Parks and Rec for the Coconino County Fair. We do that every year. Last year was the 75th year for the county fair, and we have really gotten good at streamlining this recruitment process and onboarding and the hiring of fair workers. They hire, I think, between 50 and 70 for the fair, and so we're an integral part of helping all of that come together. And also just want to highlight tuition reimbursement. We probably have the most people ever, most amount of employees participating in our tuition reimbursement program this year. I believe it's around 16. And so that's a great county program, and we're just really excited that we have so many employees who are participating in that. Here's our SWOT analysis. As you can see, our strengths, I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't highlight the partnerships with our internal services. And I'm sorry I didn't make it on here, but we do value our partnerships with all of our internal service partners. I want to highlight that we have 2 certified colors trainers. Have you all taken the colors training through new employee orientation 2 at all? So we have 2 trainers. That's a week-long training that they have to go through to be certified. And then during new employee orientation 2, they conduct that training for all of our employees. Let's see. The tuition reimbursement program, again, I put employee to retiree crossover. We've really made leaps and bounds, a lot of progress in that area, so that we are really streamlining when employees are retiring, what that retirement process looks like for employees, and then working with them throughout the months to make sure we are getting their payments. Weaknesses, as all county departments, we have some consistent turnover, or we have. And so with that comes recruitment, and lag time, and training. And so that can be a weakness. And then we put the continual SharePoint page updates because we put a lot of stuff on our SharePoint page and that can get stale really fast. So trying to make sure we're staying updated because that's where we keep all of our HR information. Let's see, opportunities. We are always looking to continue to move to a paperless environment. We did that this year with benefits enrollment. Typically, we take 5 or 6 hours in one day and we stuff and mail 1,000 envelopes out to people for their benefits. And this year we were able to do it online. And then, so that was great. And then opportunities decreasing, turnover in HR, cross-training HR staff, developing and presenting more training for county employees, revitalizing new manager orientation, and ongoing review of county policies. So we'll be looking to do all of that in the next fiscal year. The threats we have, I think you've been hearing this throughout all of the presentations, the possibility of loss of federal funding, that won't impact our department, but we know that could impact our employees. And so we are constantly aware of that. And we've already experienced some of that in the spring. Local competitors' compensation packages, as you heard about in our compensation presentation, the increase to the Flagstaff minimum wage. And inability to hire trades workers. We know that that's been an ongoing issue for multiple years. Tom can attest to that. And the high cost of living in Flagstaff and surrounding areas. And those threats aren't necessarily an HR threat, but really threats to county. So we wanted to make sure we included that in our threats. Financial realities, I would like to shout out Siri and Christy. Human Resources doesn't have a business manager. And so our new leadership team all had to come together and really figure out our budget. Luckily, we had Tammy, who I'm sorry, I forgot to let everyone know that Tammy Sucaviejo, she has worked at the county for 18 years. She was our consolidated accounts manager, but she's also worked at the county attorney's office, sheriff's office, facilities, and human resources. And so she has been really integral this year in helping us understand our budget. And I bring that up because Tammy's last day with the county will be on May 16th. And we are so sad to have Tammy not only leaving HR, but the county. She has wonderful institutional knowledge. And so we're really happy for her, very happy for you, but very sad that we'll be losing you. So going back, Tammy was really helpful. Christy and Siri really helpful in meeting with us earlier this year, just talking about our budget. We're entirely funded by the general fund. We try to be creative with our budget and maintain financial awareness of our budget. So some departmental goals and outlooks for FY26. Maintaining consistent staffing for our department is really important. We're really reviewing how we onboard our employees, looking at the training we do, the training we give, really emphasizing that. And then we are updating new employee orientation 1. We've had the same new employee orientation since COVID started, where we really had to pivot and go online and things got reduced. It used to be an all-day affair, and then it got dropped down to 4 hours, and we really want to bring it back in person. We just think there's a lot of value in that. And so we're working to find the space. The space is always the issue, and the parking. So if we can get that figured out, I think we'll be back on track for new employee orientation 1. Providing a la carte training to employees outside of an academy setting. We have Supervisors Development Academy, that's a 9-week class, the Executive Leadership Academy, that's 9 or 10 weeks. But employees need training outside of that, and we are aware of that. And so we really want to bring back what we call a la carte training, which might be recruitment and retention training over 3 days, like an hour a piece. Buddy to boss training, preparing for promotion. There's so many things that we would like our employees to have. And just due to our staffing, it's been a little tricky to get that back on track, but we're really hoping for that for FY26. Increasing our wellness program activity and participation. Oh, sorry. Again, we're really looking forward to getting a wellness committee back at the county and then having more program activities and participation. Always want to remain updated on best practices for recruitment and retention strategies. And we really want to prioritize team building within the human resources department. And we put that down because sometimes when you're in the middle of a really big transition, you just put your head down and do the work. And there's not a lot of touch base with the team. And so now that we're all getting our footing in our roles, we're going to really prioritize more team building and being together more for FY26.
Thank you very much, and for your team. And of course, you're another one of those departments that we have pretty constant contact with, and appreciate all of your help and assistance. And I just want to point out that I think you understate. We've said this to others, understate really what you do. I mean, you actually oversee the whole workforce here in Coconino County, which is about 1,000, is that right, employees? And that's a huge feat, not just in terms of onboarding, not just in terms of benefits, not just in terms of all of the varied touch points that you take in each one of their documents, if you will, but in each one of them as individuals. And I think that needs to be said and recognized. And, you know, I take a look at what you do in terms of employee recognition and the lunch and learns, in the employee outreach, and the care and concern you show. Each one of those 1,000 employees makes a difference of the workplace we create here in Coconino County. And really, HR has a huge responsibility of creating that workspace. And so we want to acknowledge that. I mean, I think that Coconino County is known to be a positive place to work. I mean, even Andy had to come back. So, you know, and I think that, you know, certainly the activities and just your approach, it boosts morale. You know, you working with our staff to have them grow, to receive additional training, to receive promotions within the county. I mean, all of that is something that helps to make Coconino County what it is. And if we don't take care of our own internally and take care of the people here that work for us, we can't take care of our county. So, you know, you all are the front line of that. And I want to acknowledge that and appreciate, Krista, you and your staff for doing that. It's exemplary, really is. And we appreciate all your really hard work. So thank you.
Chair Horseman, thank you so much for that. And I will just clap it up for my team because
Yes.
they're amazing and wonderful and deserve all the credit.
And Tammy, we're going to miss you. I know you've even worked in the Board of Supervisors office for a while. And thank you for your service to Coconino County. Wish you all the best in your next adventures and appreciate everything you've done for us very, very much. Job well done. So with that, are there other members who would like Supervisor Ontiveros?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Krista. Now, see, unlike you, you're trying to figure out if you're the new kid on the old block or the old kid on the new block. I clearly understand that I'm the new kid on the new block, okay? I know where I'm at. And that's a really good segue to say that when I came on, you guys were the first people, if you will, the first department that I really saw because you guys onboarded me. And I know, Denise, you were very helpful to me in like all of the benefits, explaining all that. I mean, I had questions, and I just want to say that from an employee perspective, a new employee perspective coming on, you guys made it really easy, and you made it like it was a really good experience. And I haven't been an employee in many, many years. So I just want to thank you for what you guys did in making it so easy. And I'm going to very much, I mean, I completely agree with Chair Horseman's comments. And I also just want to say that I am very supportive of the in-person new orientation that you would like to do, because there is just something you miss in virtual. So I just want to tell you that I'm very supportive of that. And with that, thank you, all of you, for what you do.
Thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Human resources is so crucial to our organization, making sure that our staff are taken care of and have all their benefits taken care of. It's a lot of work. And so thank you to you and your staff and the team for taking care of all of us employees of Coconino County, and look forward to seeing the changes that come up in this next year with your leadership as you get more into running this department. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. You stated your weakness in HR was the turnover rate.
In HR?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with all the people that are resigning, are they getting new jobs, higher pay, or are they relocating, or why is the turnover so high?
In our department specifically, I would say there's a lot of factors. I know I can speak. I'll just talk about Tammy. Tammy found a job at Metro Plan, the Metro Plan, correct? Want to make sure that's titled correctly.
So
And
she's
she
not
just
going
found
nowhere.
she found a job that was really suited to everything that really she's passionate about. You know, I'll be honest, sometimes new leadership can cause transition. I'd also like to just say that we work in one of the most highly paced HR departments I have ever worked in, and I have worked in many. And so some people are not used to that high level of pace, and they would like something a little smaller, fewer employees, so they'll go somewhere that's more fitting of that. But you know, just different jobs, different passions. I would say that's the majority of it.
Also, your promotion within the department, how do you do that? How do you consider promotions in your department? We're saying we're growing our people and, letting them, grow with the program.
So what we do is when there's an opening, we will recruit both internally and externally. And then we'll go through a full recruitment process and see who is the most eligible, the best suited candidate. Is that what you're asking?
I guess it's for the staff that are in there right now. Is there, with the staff that are in the immediate department, how do you promote them into positions if that position is vacant? How do you prep them?
Oh, well, a lot of training, cross training. We are really lucky that we have employees who have a lot of years of experience behind them in the profession. And so when we have a higher level position that's open, we have a pipeline of people that can come in and fill the job. So there's a lot of training that goes on, just starting with the basics of the HR specialist positions and then training to become a business partner and then a manager. So that's typically how we do it. And again, we're just very fortunate that we have long-term HR professionals on our staff.
Thank you. And then one more question is, I know that you were talking about types of training for the overall county staff. And one of them was dealing with the employee. You kind of mentioned that. And I know that, customer service is one big, is that training for all the close to 1,000 staff that we have?
Yes, when we have those a la carte trainings, we send it out to anyone and everyone who would like to participate. They don't have to be a hiring manager to be in the recruitment training. Some people just want to learn about that. So yes, it's for all staff at the county.
Yeah, I think that I just feel that, if we're going to be doing customer service training and other trainings, we should be able to ensure that all our staff take it. I think that all across the board, there's other trainings that will really help, the county as all the staff training, even Andy here, So anyway, and even board members were asking for training, so I think that way I think the respect goes a long ways, and, just being aware of what's out there and what our mission values and whatever it may be is out there. So that's the question I have. And then thank you for all the hard work. I know that it's hard, being in a big organization, and, some people get left out sometimes, but, for me, I feel that, our programs and departments are really including their employees and, just getting them involved and trying to give them opportunities like working from home during the COVID, just stuff like that. So I'm just so thankful that, that these programs are coming about, and it's taking care, the way you take care of your staff is the way they're going to work with you. all the way from salaries to duties and responsibilities. If they're overworked, like what Lena said, then that kind of gets them to a point where they want to go somewhere else too. So that's the reason why I'm just asking. I just want to bring that up, and I do appreciate all that you guys do. And when I was hired 5 years, close to 4 years and 4 months ago, um, gosh, it's been that long. But anyway, I like the way I was introduced to the department, and then also the information that was given to me and how my whole paperwork was handled. Everybody was there like in one shot, like one stop shop. So I just want to say thank you so much for the hardworking HR staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And we do try and create a really good work-life balance. I guess I'm just going to turn my head a little bit, but we do try and create that for our staff so that, because we do honor that. We do say we're a family and we want to honor our families outside of our workspace. So thank you for that, Supervisor Begay.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. The Vera, our clinic, how is that working out? Are a majority of the employees using it? For a while there, I think that was not, we're still trying to introduce it. And where is that now? Then since you have an app now that you have for the employees now.
Supervisor Fowler, I can answer that. I'm on the NAPEP Trust. I'm the vice chair of the NAPEP Trust and also the chair of the Wellness Committee. So part of my responsibility to the trust is to work with the Vera Clinic, and it is being really well used. And we're constantly looking at the efficiencies of the Vera Clinic and evaluating, are all the appointments being used? Do we have the right set of appointments set aside? Have we saved enough appointments for same day, next day appointments for acute care for people who are ill? Do we have enough appointments for people who need physicals and wellness? One of the things that always gets a huge shout out from the wellness clinic is actually the physical therapy there, but also people like the ability to go there and say they have strep throat. If it's a common illness, they can, in some cases, get the prescription right there and not have to make a separate trip to the pharmacy as well. And so it's been a really huge resource for our employees to feel that if they want to, they can use that as their primary care physician. They don't have to find one in the community and hope they take patients. And if they don't want to go there, if they have an established relationship with someone else, they can do that as well. The Vera Clinic also travels up to Page and does appointments in Page. Now, I will say that only when those appointments are filled. And so they have a minimum number of appointments that they need in order to take the staff out of the clinic here and take them up there. But we work really hard with all of the Page partners to try to fill those appointments. And we've also had the mom van and the pop van not only come and park right next to the Vera Clinic here, but we've had the mom van and the pop van schedule times to go to Page as well. So it's been a really well-used resource. It's a huge recruitment tool for everyone in the trust, including us. That's what I was going to say too.
That's good to know because, we when we implemented that, we said that we would monitor to see how it actually rolls out. Because I think we're one of the first counties to actually do that. And as in a lot of other programs, we're always being the daring one that puts our toe in the cold water first. So thank you. I'm really happy that's working out. I know I've been there, gotten seen there, and I've been real happy with it every time I go in. And then I want to ask about your encouraging, or you want your staff or county staff to come back full time. What is making that decision? What are the factors that are involved in bringing staff back to their desk full time? And is it your decision or is it department's decision? Is it the county manager's decision, or is it the staff's decision that want to come back? Because there are several factors that are involved in, the no childcare, and there's all these others. And then I think just having that flexibility. So I'm just wondering what is making that decision? And is it more cost effective for staff to be in the office full time rather than being remote?
To answer your first question, it's typically up to the department how they are going to utilize their staff. I can speak for HR. During COVID, we all went home and then we came into our new space where our space was not designed to have everyone in our department all of the time. So there is, for us, there could be some space limitation, although with facilities management, they put in a hipster area, if you have seen that before, and we were able to put desks in there and we just moved the furniture, but really up to the department how they would like to utilize remote work with their staff. Some departments have a large majority of people who work from home, and some people have like hybrid schedules like HR does, where their staff are in the office maybe for a week and then they're at home for a week or a couple of days in the office. And really depending on the business need. As we transition out of COVID, we're finding that we need more people back in the office because we have more people coming to the offices. So, but yeah, a departmental decision.
So is it that it's more cost effective for them to be in the office, or do we even look at that? I'm just curious how those decisions are made. I mean,
I don't have the numbers regarding cost effectiveness. I would say probably for employees, it's cost effective to be at home because there's gas implications. But I could find out about cost effectiveness regarding people being in the office for you if you'd like.
no, you don't need to.
Okay.
So I know that sometimes I have challenges just with Zoom trying to from home, and that's why I was like, okay, where are we now? That's why this IT and that project of broadband is so important because it really benefits all of us. And I really don't, I think that your program and just the years of developing the trainings, even like Supervisor Academy and all these other academies that have been developed, school tuition programs, that sounds like it's really become a solid programs that are, and the Vera also. And that's really good to know. And then just your celebration of the various proclamations that we do that comes from your office. And thank you to your employees to do the research and to write those proclamations for all the various month of recognition of ethnicity, and then just like public works, and we just had that. And just want to appreciate that. And then your partnership with, our staff and facility had the way our offices are set up have changed. And it just is, the way that there is the design, everything has really changed through the years. And even that project that started way back, it's just really gotten to a point where it's really, I think, beneficial on both ends for the employees as the employer and facility. I think that's what I see anyway. A lot of programs that were started and they're now nice and solid. So thank you for working, and thank you to all the employees that are here and that are out there. So thank you for taking care of all the employees in the county.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And one thing I just wanted to highlight, which I didn't mention because it's a 2025 accomplishment, but I'll talk about it now too. We had 2 supervisor development academies back to back for the first time, I believe. We typically have a supervisor development academy in the fall
and then an executive leadership academy in the spring. But because the need was so high for another supervisor development academy, we reached out to the EOLT and they said, yes, please have another one. So we had two in fall and spring. And I thought that was wonderful. And they are great programs. People know about them. They're excited to participate. So thank you for that acknowledgement.
Any other comments, questions? Krista, thank you, and thank your team that are here. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, County Manager, turning it to you.
Thank you, Chair Horstman, members of the board. A good run of internal service departments. Looks like we have the opportunity to break for lunch if we would like, and then beginning with finance at 1:15.
That sounds like a plan. So we are on break for lunch. Oh my goodness, it's about 1:17. We are back for the budget continuation, and I see Siri's already up there. You gonna start this off, or am I turning it over to Erica? Erica, please give us the overview and the recommendation of the county management.
Good afternoon, Chair Horseman, members of the board. We are excited to be here with finance, and so many members of the finance department were able to come down. So that's really exciting to see so many of their team. I don't know if anyone has noticed, but it is a tradition that the finance department includes in their presentation, and it's in your binder. They have mug shots.
Mug shots?
And so it's very fun. There it is on the screen. And I think it's ironic that the only department with all of our CJ partners that has mug shots is actually finance. But this is a tradition where they all have their picture with their favorite mug for their mug shot. So thank them for that fun humor.
As long as there's no numbers underneath those mugs.
That's right. Oh, that's true. So this department has a lot of accomplishments, including a timely audit, the closure of the ARPA monies, the implementation of Ion Wave. And recently, Siri was on a panel at GFOA regarding the expenditure limit, fiscal strategies. So really well respected by her peers and sought after as a subject matter expert. They have not submitted any increments, but are receiving the recommendation for the 5% CPI. So thanks to this team and all their hard work in getting us ready for today as well. I really appreciate all they do behind the scenes and what an important partner they are in internal services. When we think about people having the tools they need to do their jobs, both in space and in computers, it takes this team making sure that all the bills are paid and all the paychecks go out to complete that internal services picture. So thank you very much. And, you know, a lot of employees don't say thank you every time they receive a check, but they think it and are grateful for all of your hard work. So with that, I'll turn it over to Siri.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So before we jump into our presentation, we do have a lot of members of finance that came down. This isn't our full team. We do a hybrid work schedule as well, where we have some days at home, some days in the office amongst our team. But I would like to introduce a couple people and then we'll do some introductions of our team. So first, we recently, just a recent change we made in our office is to have 2 assistant directors. So we split with our org chart, which I think I have here. It's kind of hard to read. 2 assistant directors. So Megan Coons, who you're familiar with, has been our assistant director for several years now. And we're happy to welcome also Abby Velasquez as our second assistant director. And Megan's going to come introduce the rest of the team.
Okay. Let's see if I can remember everybody's titles in that case. So in the front, Abby Velasquez, the new assistant director, and Dominic Igliscus, senior accountant. And then Natasha Thompson, she's admin manager. Holly Green, payroll manager. She had a recent promotion. And in the back, we have John Gould, compliance analyst, and Melanie Askew, compliance manager. And Jen Cassio, payroll specialist, Daniel Lazan, I don't know if I'm saying that right, accountant, and Shannon Dingman, grants accountant.
Welcome. Good to see you and have you here this afternoon.
And I've been thinking about the opening comments, and I just want to say, I want us to do our jobs in space. That's what I was taking originally when you were talking about space. And I was like, doing your jobs in space. Like, I'm going to do that. That's not what we do. Okay.
Siri, I think by the end of this process, you and I might need some space.
We don't already? Okay. We will. Okay. And I just want to point out, it's a very small team compared to what we do. So that's been one of the themes we've talked about, is an organization of kind of small departments. And I would add us to that group. So, before I move on, actually, let me point out a couple things. So recently reorged, but you'll notice there are several names that say vacant on here. So we currently have 4 vacancies that we are actively recruiting for. But for a team our size, that's over 20%. So I'm just pointing that out. It's a lot. Turnover has happened over time. Sometimes we've had full staff, sometimes we've had vacancies, but our work doesn't stop. As you'll see as we go to the next slide, we have a lot of things that just keep going. We have to figure out how to get them done. We have very little flexibility to say, we're going to set our priorities with who we have, because most of the work is required in some way. I won't use the term mandated, but I will use the term required. Okay, so in thinking of that, so one thing I want to say, this is called Finance Department Services, and the emphasis here is on the term services. We are an internal service department. I also want to acknowledge the partnerships we have with the other internal services, HR, facilities, IT, really working cohesively as a system to provide services so that the rest of the departments can do the work in the community. So some challenges though, as we look at the services that we provide with this small team, is that at times it can lead to problems with redundancy. When we have turnover, we usually only have one person who does that job. And I will highlight that right now on our operations team. We historically have one person who does accounts payable. So they pay our bills, they process our travel claims, they do use tax reporting. That's one person. That position is vacant. So that's just an example of how, some of the challenges of a staff our size, has challenges when we have turnover. And then another one is just internal controls, because we can't be the people who pay the bills and also enter the bills and also approve. So, it's just something that we are always mindful of, especially when we have vacancies. So as we look at what we do, so some of this is just going to be kind of overview or educational information, and I'll hit on a little bit of like where the requirement comes from, if you will, in each of these areas. So purchasing. So this is Scott Richardson, is our purchasing manager. So on behalf of the entire county, he runs anytime we have to do a public procurement as required by state statute. We also have other procurement rules we have to follow, whether it's a public procurement or not. So bids, RFPs, he does contract management. We have software that also helps track all of the contracts for the organization. Purchasing cards, we have about a third of our organization has a purchasing card. And so that is centrally managed within the purchasing team. And then a couple things you might not be aware of that we do on behalf of the organization through Scott's area. Copier management. So every department that has copiers, Scott's in charge of looking at how old is that copier? Is it ready to be replaced? What kind of replacement is appropriate? Servicing those copiers, managing the charges. And then Amazon Prime is something new that we did for all departments that we're really excited about. What we had noticed was that there were a lot of individual people who were charging Amazon Prime memberships to the county. As you can imagine, from a compliance perspective, that's not great. Amazon Prime is not necessarily just for the benefit of the shipping of county goods. When it's in someone's individual name, it can easily be used for kind of a shared public-private benefit, if you will. So when we moved to this organizational membership, what we did in finance is we pay the bill for an organizational membership. That allowed us to define shipping locations. So anyone who has a membership through the county's Amazon Prime has a set list of locations to which goods can be delivered. And those, of course, are all county facilities. And then we've also made it available then to every department. So there's a set number of licenses, and we've allocated those across the county so that every department can participate. So that was really exciting as a way to just sort of allow everyone to do what they need to do, get best value pricing, have business needs continue, but in a way that just kind of aligns us more with compliance requirements. Speaking of compliance, so Melanie, Grants and Compliance Manager, it's a fairly new title for us. One thing I've talked about in the past is the increase in federal grant money the county has seen over the last 5 to 7 years. I think in the last 5 years, actually that number has increased by like 400% in how much we've gotten in federal dollars. A lot of that is related to the pandemic, of course, and a lot of it is related to the flood control district. But you can imagine from the grant management side, we're very decentralized. Departments receive grants and they manage the grants. But as you look at that second box under grants and compliance, single audit, it all flows to financial statement reporting. And so we have grant management on here because we work as the liaison with departments in order to make sure that the financial requirements of grant management are being met. A newer area also for us, somewhat new, is public benefit forms. So that is something, all the public benefit forms are reviewed through Melanie's team. for approval before they're moved forward for final approval at the county manager's office. We also have conflict of interest and compliance review. And as far as the requirement for these things, so when we think about grants, we think about the Code of Federal Regulations that is otherwise known as uniform guidance that all federal grants must follow. We also have the State of Arizona Accounting Manual that really impacts the compliance side of things. Did I miss anything so far on this? Just come on up. Okay. Financial reporting and training. So we are currently recruiting for the manager of this position. This was the position held by Abby. So you can see a whole list of things that fall under that. In terms of the requirement for that, we also have things related to federal code, state statute. State statute dictates things related to audit releasing, communications on financial information to the public, things like that. So we have our financial statements and our audits that happen every year. Those are required by statute, and then the expenditure limit audit. For capital assets, there's specific accounting rules that drive capital asset tracking and recording in the system. All of our financial policies, journal entries, and then training. And we'll talk about training more as we go through the rest of the presentation. I already talked about the operations side a little bit, but there are lots of statewide rules that relate to the operations side in terms of accounts payable and travel. State of Arizona Accounting Manual, again, impacts operations, use tax reporting, and then the IRS is a big one in operations as well because of vendors and 1099s. One important thing here too is that this area, although it's been a staff of one, is an area that really we get hit hard with when we think about fraud. So when we think about paying our bills, there are a lot of people out there that want us to pay them instead of our appropriate vendor. And so this is one area that, requires constant management for, fraud avoidance in our office. So again, invoice payment, employee travel claims. In this area, I also have our system-wide ERP system as a service. So all of our financial information goes through Munis. That's managed through this area. And then of course the vendors we pay and use tax reporting. On the payroll side, again, really heavily IRS reporting. But another one you might not think of as far as a requirement here is sometimes we even have requirements that come to us from the court side of things. If we think of employee garnishment reporting, for example, we get garnishment orders and we have to comply with them through the payroll side of the house. So this is everything from when employees enter their time through processing payroll and getting paid, direct deposit or check, tax deposits, and then all of those withholdings, garnishments, all those deposits, and then end of year, of course, W-2 reporting. Just checking. Okay. Last one, budget. I don't know if you guys know this, but we do a budget every year. Okay. All right. I know. Okay. So that's, and of course, you guys all know Christy, which I think we missed Christy when we did introductions, but hopefully you've all seen Christy back here. And so budget administration. And so this is interesting because really when it comes to like our areas of mandates or requirements, budget is actually one of the places where we have some. We definitely have state statutes we have to follow. How do we communicate information on the budget to the public? But some of the things we do that is probably some of the most critical things are the things that aren't actually required. So pension management, public transparency, financial planning. Those things aren't mandated. But of course, if we were to look at what wouldn't we do, we wouldn't want to look at those things as things, well, they're not mandated, so we can't do, we shouldn't do them or we can't do them. We can't unprioritize financial planning, right? There are too many unintended consequences if we just said we're focusing on our mandates or we're focusing on our requirements. And the other thing on the public information and transparency, we are not mandated to do an adopted budget document. Yet every year we do that, and we're one of less than 5% of governments that actually do that. But we're really proud of that because it is really great information for our citizens. If you haven't seen it, I'm happy to share that, share the link to it or get you a physical copy of it. But it goes over all of the information that we've just discussed over these last 2 weeks, and it boils it down in a way that the public can understand our services and how we invest our budget. So it's a really great resource for the public. Did I miss anything big that we do? We do lots of other things, I'm sure. Sometimes we have parties. Okay, so accomplishments and creative solutions. So similar to what other people have said, this is a select thing, but the reason that I selected the ones on there I want to highlight different things about these because I think that they also apply to kind of creative problem solving that our office has done. So many of you are familiar with the revised travel policy. Now, the popularity of that, who knows? But so here's the challenge that we saw, to be honest. We started with a challenge on this. We had a travel policy that was very old and outdated, and that did not provide really great information to our travelers. We would say, if our policy doesn't address this, go look at the state policy. And I've presented many times the state policy is over 100 pages. It's very difficult to navigate. It's in a lot of different sections. So it's hard to know where to find the answer. So we took like the 99% of situations that we see, we made sure they were covered in our policy. We talked about pain points. What is difficult for travelers? What's difficult on our side? Some things we just don't have a choice. Unfortunately, we are driven by the rules set by the state when it comes to travel. We're also driven by some rules that the IRS establishes to make sure that our employees are not taxed on travel as a benefit. But we did what we could in terms of identifying those pain points, trying to clean them up. And then I have training because this is something we're really proud of in the rollout. We went to every single county department. We went to Page, we went to Williams, we went to, I can't even think of all the places we went to, the city. We did Teams trainings. We went to every location where people would have us, sometimes multiple times, sometimes whether they wanted us or not. And we did training on the travel policy, and then we continue to have those. So we have them recorded on the website. And we also put on there, if you have a new person or a new traveler, or if you just want a refresher, we're happy to do that training ad hoc at any time for people. So we're really proud of the implementation of the travel policy, because it's one thing to have a policy. It's another thing to actually let people know what it is and help them navigate it. I'm going to skip one down for a minute because very similarly with where it says October 2024 grants training in over 100 county participants. So this was a very similar approach. What we noticed is that we had some pain points in our single audit of federal awards specifically. If you think about the way that we're structured, departments can take on grants within their departments to manage. Sometimes people have managed grants a whole lot. If we think of our HHS staff, they could manage grants in their sleep. They do it all the time. Other people, maybe they're getting their first federal grant, or they're coming into the county and they've never worked with a federal grant and now they're tasked with it. So the pain points we were seeing is that the Code of Federal Regulations is a lot of information, and it's a lot that people need to know. So we invited everyone in the county, whoever was interested in learning more, whether they had a direct touch to a federal grant or not. We invited them all to the Center of the Arts. We had a full day presentation. We included some of our contracted audit firm subject area experts to come present on the Code of Federal Regulations. And we tied it to county policies and practices, and how departments can work with the finance department and what resources we can provide throughout to help them navigate those grants. So we had over 100 county participants. It was so much fun. And I think what we've seen since then is that we really have kind of moved the needle on those pain points of, what people know and what, how they're adhering to compliance with grants. And the other thing is, and I didn't mention this in the travel, but I should have, in all of these, what we're also looking at is what are those resources that we're providing people to be self-sufficient on these things. So when you looked at our grant page before we did the grant training, we had information, but it was hard to navigate. Maybe it wasn't totally comprehensive or totally clear. We really worked hard on organizing our website, providing really comprehensive resources, flow charts, visuals, not just narratives, not just read this and do that, but really, really made it so that anybody could go and find what they're looking for in a way that's easy to digest. So we're really proud of that. Obviously, the second one that I skipped, everyone's familiar with the expenditure limit as far as the passing of the expenditure limit and all of the work that went into that. But I would also like to note the strategies. Just as a reminder, when we got caught up with our audits, we were not in a good place with our expenditure limit in terms of being really close to exceeding that limit and having financial penalties. And so the work that was done for strategies to stay within our expenditure limit was enormous. And I really want to credit Melanie, who's back here. She's our expenditure limit guru. It's not creative accounting, but it's, what would you call it? I don't know. Okay, creative, we'll go with that. So the creative accounting and strategy is really putting on that hat of maximizing though the expenditure limit out, like visual of what we were doing, because we were able to, you know, continue business as usual, but look at what is the most favorable treatment under the expenditure limit, which also led to the $80 million of capital debt that we issued, which was an expenditure limit strategy, but it allowed us to, you know, continue business operations and stay within the limit. So this is our last year, the fiscal year we're in, before the new expenditure limit increase takes place. And we are happy to report that we feel we will be under the limit. We have been under the limit. We have not incurred any financial penalties, and we've gotten through it. So, yes. Okay, next one, timely audit issuance. Really want to credit Abby with this. I can't tell you, I can't believe Abby still is standing, honestly, after all the sleep she's lost of the timely audit. So again, this was an area, you know, coming in, we were quite behind on our audit. And, you know, we had some challenges, and we had a lot of turnover. We continued to have turnover in this area. This is a really specialized area of doing financial statements. If you've read our financial statements, you know, it's not just the statements themselves, but there's, you know, kind of complex notes and things, and pension notes that Megan also takes care of. And, you know, it's not super straightforward. So getting us to the point of being timely in our audit issuance, even with, I'm going to point out, even with has setback this year in having a new audit firm that wasn't identified until January, when we were already well into our audit work. It's just incredible. That's all I can say about it. So great job to Abby and her team on that. I talked about this in the budget section, but again, for transparency. So for the 18th year in a row, the county has received the GFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for our budget document. As I mentioned, less than 5% of governments actually put in the work required to put in to create a budget document that meets all of the requirements from GFOA. GFOA standing for Government Finance Officers Association, that really puts out a lot of the best practices for some of the work of local governments in the finance realm. So we're really proud of continuing that work 18 years in a row. I'm sure Andy remembers back doing the book. Yes, but I also want to credit Christy, who put a lot of work this year into improving the book, improving the graphics, and making it more navigatable for the public, easier to navigate. We'll say that. So it's a really great document. Scott and his team and also had full implementation of IONWAVE of contract and purchasing management software. And what's great about that is that there's two things that IONWAVE does. It allows us to do more electronic solicitations. So when we have something where we want vendors to apply for a contract or an RFP, they can do that electronically now. And the other thing is the contract management element of it, of making sure that once we have contracts that go to you all, or if they're under the threshold, that not only do we have the contract, but that once it's been approved, we actually have an executed contract, because that's been an area of challenge in the past for our organization. I'm looking at Lindsay. Yes. So it allows us to better track, you know, did we get signatures from everybody who's involved in that contract once it's been approved? So that's been really helpful. And then we can search. We know when things are expiring. It helps Margaret with insurance, expirations, all sorts of things. And the second to the last one, that we have a presentation coming up on May 27th, is the ARPA grant. And Kristen Gee has left our office. She got a promotion over at NACOG, but I really want to give her a shout out. She was our ARPA grant manager. This was a $27 million grant that the finance department took point on as far as the management, and it was pretty complex from Treasury. There were a lot of rules, and there were a lot of people who were players in this grant. So funding went to many county departments, and they also went out to the community in the form of community organizations. So there were a lot of contracts, subrecipient awards that required management, but more importantly, we received $27 million, and we did not want to leave any dollars on the table. If we think of a typical grant, sometimes grants go underexpended. Maybe you've allocated to an organization and for whatever reason, they couldn't fully expend it. We are 100% expended because what we did, and I'll use one example of this, is what we did was we looked at having a backup plan. And so there were times where we said, we think that we're going to be underexpended, we're trending underexpended. What is something we're already doing in the general fund that's eligible? So an example of that is public sector hiring. There was a rule under Treasury that said if you add any FTEs to your organization post-COVID, that ARPA money can pay for that. So when we had added some positions in various departments that were not ARPA positions, just general positions, we folded those under the ARPA reporting. What that did was it took money that would have been general fund and it sort of freed it up on the side. What that's allowed us to do is let those projects that it was originally intended for go a little longer. So my example of that would be the King Street renovations. That was one area we were trending under. Now, technically, we could have continued it. We could have gotten it through the obligation date and done, but in the best interest of the project, I think, and in the organization, instead, what we did was that swap, and then we were still able to use equivalent freed up money to continue the project. So it was a win-win, I think, for the organization and for the grant, and not leaving any dollars on the table. So you'll see I was actually just working on the presentation for the 27th, and I put a little chessboard on that slide graphic because that's really what it was. So we're super proud of that. And then I've already talked about the Amazon Prime, so I won't go over that again. But again, it's kind of a sampling, again, of just the approach with the accomplishments and some of the creative solutions too that have been taken to go into that. All right, so I'm not going to go through this whole thing, but I want to highlight one thing in each area here of our SWOT analysis. So on our strengths, so the strong operational foundation, I think, we're really proud, our whole staff, our management team, looking at our policies here at the county. We have done so much work on policies in the last several years, cleaning them up, making them more transparent, making sure that they're good policies and that they cover what we need. So that's a strength that we have, is that we do have a good, strong operational foundation from which to work when it comes to financial compliance. But on the weakness side, so really, again, that middle one. So the capacity and resource challenges. Like I was saying, the work, as you probably noticed when I was talking about the things we do, the work comes in. Vendors still need to be paid. Payroll still needs to happen. Solicitations still need to happen. The budget needs to be developed. We can't stop these things, or we can't do less of these things when we're shorter staffed or when we're light on resources. And so just that capacity and avoiding burnout, sometimes, that's a weakness for us. Though an opportunity, so on the bottom there, I'll say an opportunity that I think we've really taken advantage of and we're going to continue to take advantage of is that workforce development. I'm not just talking about our own team, but again, our partnerships across the organization. We have financial related staff in every single department, pretty much embedded there. And so how do we work with our newer hires in those roles, our existing hires in those roles, in partnerships, so that we're all working together towards a common goal and developing, the core skills there that helps us help each other. So that's definitely an opportunity, and the relationships behind that for sure. Sometimes it's hard to be, the finance department of rules. And so we want to be like, oh, it's the finance department, we're, the rules, yay. So that's what we're working on. All right. Everybody's like, that's so successful. Tom loves it. Okay. And then threats. So the one on this one I also want to do is the middle one, because really, when we think of compliance, a lot of times these compliance threats, we are not, believe it or not, up in the office dreaming up new ways that we want people to, follow compliance rules. But the Government Accounting Standards Board is. So like a lot of the times things come from them, they come from the state, the accounting manual, which drives our workload. So we have some new GASB, Government Accounting Standards, GASB requirements that come out every year for our audit. This year we have some related to how we report some of our benefit accruals, for example, for employees. So in implementing that, we have to learn about the rules. We have to learn about how to implement them correctly. We know we're going to get audited on them because it's a new standard. So, I don't know how many hours Megan has spent thinking about comp abs. A lot. That face says a lot. So that's one example, right? She has other things she'd rather be doing. I guarantee it. But it's forced upon us. Okay. So financial information and realities. Just a couple of highlights here for our department. One thing we're also really proud of is the MasterCard rebate program. So when people there's all sorts of benefits for our employees using P cards. when we think about what it takes to pay a bill and kind of the administration of that, putting an invoice in the system, getting all the approvals, working it through with an invoice, and then cutting a check, that's a costly process. When we think about a purchasing card, it's a lot less costly when it comes to staff time and management because they're swiping their card, it's going through approvals, but one invoice is getting paid electronically for the county for, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in purchases. So our rebate, 115,000 of revenue. I forgot to pull it, but we're usually in the realm of $500,000 a month of transactions. So it's a really streamlined and efficient way for us to do invoice payment, which is great. As far as a reality though, we have had a pretty flat FTE count. So that's just some for many years, for 20 years, I'm not sure, a long time. But when we think of growth in the organization, the growth of the federal funds that have come in, all of the changes in mandates and requirements, there's always a lot that's getting thrown at us, and we're doing it really well with rebalancing, figuring out how we're going to cover everything with the FTEs we have. On our side, so we do have some things that we have to pay for in our office. So just like everyone else, we're super thankful for the CPI increase because we do have rising costs. Contracted services is one for things like our cost plan and some specialized accounting services that help us with our financial statement reporting. The cost of our audit, we actually have to pay for the mandated service of the audit. Those costs have gone up exponentially over the last 5 years. Postage and printing, which you wouldn't think would be really high for our office, but when you think of all the tax forms we have to send out at year end, we send shy of 2,000 W-2s every year, vendor 1099s. So, and those of course are specialized tax forms that we have to order. So, we have some cost pressures in our office as well. And then of course the cost of turnover, I've talked about, the number of vacancies and really training people. So I'm sure that this is not unique to all of our county departments. But one thing that people may not know is that governmental accounting is a little bit different than regular accounting. They teach about a half a semester in College of Government Accounting, but I guarantee if you went to most new CPAs who are like newly certified and ask them, how do you calculate a fund balance? Or what's an interfund transfer? They would look at you like you were an alien. We speak our own language here, getting people up to speed. And I will say, I guarantee that there are people who we've had in our office in the past for many, many years who could not explain an interfund transfer. That's okay. You don't have to raise your hand. No. It's okay. It's complicated. So cost of turnover, getting people, up to speed. It's a reality for us as well. Okay, so last slide. So for next year, so similar to what we were talking about, we have areas where, again, we want to take that creative approach because we know that we have things that would help us out a lot on the back end, save us a lot of time in kind of cleaning up if things were coming in a different way, from the beginning. And so what we want to look at, again, is how do we have good policies and procedures and practices? Do they still make sense? Are they easy to navigate? Are they, meaningful? So that's our kind of our starting point on all of these. And then how can we make them better? And then once we get to that point, how can we train to them? And so a recent one, I have this for FY26, but really starting in this calendar year, a recent one we did was capital assets. Capital assets, was really bubbling up as a pain point for us in the audit. As far as, reporting assets that live in every single department of the county. So what we did was we looked at our capital asset policy. And again, credit to Melanie, she said, why is our capital asset threshold $5,000? Other people have increased this. Is this really, relevant for today's time? And so we brought to the board a change in our capital asset policy that had other streamlining, initiatives in it. But raising that threshold right there saved everyone in the county a bunch of time. Then we looked at, so now, how do we tell people what they need to do when they have a capital asset? How do we help them with the forms? How do we make it really clear? We enhanced our website. And then we went out and trained. And again, this is an area of every department that had assets. They got capital asset training, or they are getting capital asset training. We have recorded trainings available. We had on-site training. And Dominic, Sammy, who's no longer in our office, Abby, Melanie, they went out to departments that had to do a capital asset inventory and helped them do it. And so that if something came up in that inventory that needed to be dealt with, say it was a missing asset, a disposal, they were on site to help them with that paperwork. So we're really, again, proud of that approach of helping everyone together follow the rules because we know that they can be complicated. So here are some areas again. We hope this October, hopefully this is not too lofty of a goal, but we do hope to do what we did with the grants training where we do kind of a finance 101 day where we invite everybody and we can make it really fun and have everybody kind of understand all of like the underlying financial policies that are expected of people in our financial roles. So we're really excited about that. I hope we can do it again by this fall. In our office, we're also working on those desk manuals, as I talked about turnover. It does help people to come in and be able to get something that they can follow as far as how do you do payroll? How do you pay a vendor? I don't know that we could teach people how do you review a public benefit form. I don't know. Is there a manual for that? I don't know. We're trying, but different things like that. And then the tools that for everyone, whether you're a finance user or not, how do you just navigate general compliance? And then the last one I have on here, because this is important for the whole county, but how do we help the county as a whole continue to maintain a balanced budget by investigating revenue opportunities? I don't know the answer to that, but I know that it's really important as a priority, not just for the finance department, but for the whole organization. So that's what we have. So wait, is that what we have? Is there anything? Speak now. Okay. Hot mic. Okay. That's it.
Well, thank you. And we appreciate your enthusiasm for finance. How's that? And appreciate all that you do, Siri, and your team to keep us in compliance, to make sure that we have those financial record keeping and filing and grant financial statements and state filings done on a timely basis. I mean, that's so important for us. You know, we have with our auditor, we have been in compliance for our auditor, have very minor this last time. That speaks volumes because many counties don't get that. Many school districts don't get that. You know, it speaks volumes for the great effort that you and your team is putting in. And so we really appreciate that. And that leads me to a question, though, a concern, and that is that you have a 25% vacancy. So my question is, how are you managing?
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So one thing, credit to Megan on this, for the one position in particular that I talked about that pays all the bills. So there was a retired professional who had been kind of like an admin senior manager, I would say, type position over at NAU that Megan knows as a contact. So we brought her in as a temp to help cover. So that's one way. And hopefully, you know, and she's capable of so much more. So, you know, as we have vacancies, it's likely she might stick around for some time, we hope. So she didn't come down. Okay. So she's busy doing the work. So that's one way. It's hard. I mean, I'm going to admit, if I can just for a second go back to our org chart, because I think you saw the budget side of things. Christy, how are we managing? It's hard. Unfortunately, I'm just recognizing there are people who are doing multiple things, who are, you know, doing that. The training position being vacant, that is an area, okay, you know, when I talk about discretionary stuff, it's really great. It's really important. We will manage through that one until we get someone hired there. But it's impactful. So.
Well, no, it is. And, you know, because staying up, especially with state compliance and state requirements, is so important that we need to make sure. And so I like the idea of, you know, reaching out for temps, you know, and this is something that, you know, if in fact we need to do that or get, you know, hire someone to come in to do a particular area that's vacant, so important to let us know. We would much prefer to deal with that than dealing with, you know, obviously financial audit. Nobody wants that. So, and when you said flat FTE count, that's just because you have not hired any additional staff.
Yeah, I mean, just not the org chart itself, but the number of FTEs we've had in the department has been pretty static over time.
And of course, just think when you get them all filled, how great you're going to feel.
We've been there. We've definitely been there. We've been up and we've been down. Right now we are higher than we have been. I think when I first came in, we were at about 50%, and that was pretty painful, but you know, we've definitely gotten to full staffing, and then, you know, things. So.
So, well, and I do think some of the changes that have been made, for example, in the travel policy are going to make it easier for you. And so, and really, quite frankly, we want to make sure that our job as the supervisors, we kind of set the standards for the rest of the county. And so we want to make sure that we're making it as easy for you as we can. So, and if there are problems there, you need to come and talk with us. And I think you usually do, Siri, but I think that's important. You do a tremendous oversight. It's a tremendous responsibility for the county. And, our top responsibility on the Board of Supervisors is budget, and it's managing the finances of the county. That is our top responsibility, the health, safety, and welfare, and then the budget. So, obviously we appreciate our very close working relationship with you, Siri, and all the extra hours and effort you put in to keep us in compliance and to keep us informed. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank your staff for that. It's having to deal with spreadsheet and numbers. God bless you. That's all I can say. So I really appreciate all of your efforts. So other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Vasquez?
I guess I'll go first. All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. It's so important that we have our financial data in line, because as over the years, having gone through some of those audits, we've seen some areas that we can improve, and it's very encouraging to see the changes that have been made to help address those issues. And so I hope you get the staff that you need, but I want to say thank you to our staff that are in the finance department for making sure that this well-oiled machine is running well with the funding that we have. So thank all of you for your time and effort, and appreciate your work. Thank you.
Comments? Supervisor Ontiveros, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Siri, for the presentation. And I've really only got one question, then a couple of comments. You were talking about an adopted budget, only less than 5% of governments have that. Is that did I understand that correctly?
Oh, thank you for the question. Let me clarify that. Only about 5% participate in the government finance officers program for how you should communicate your budget information to citizens. So I think, most states have a statute about having an adopted budget, but then it's how do you take that budget and tell your citizens about it? And that's where I'm saying about 5%.
Okay. Wow. Well, thank you for doing that. I'm sure that's probably some extra work. Am I correct? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Thank you. A question that came up when Chair Horseman was talking to you about the vacancies. You've been sitting here and hearing other departments talk about kind of the woes of why they have turnover. Is yours similar for some of those same reasons?
Yes, thank you for the question, and thank you, Chair and members of the board. So yeah, there's a variety of reasons. I will commend Kristen Gee, for example, got an assistant director position. And so that's a promotional opportunity that probably, wouldn't have come up in our department for a little bit of time. So, we're super happy for her for that. Others, we've had people who've had to move out of state for personal reasons. Sometimes it's financial reasons. So, just probably the similar challenges, but then finding people within the community who are qualified to come in as the replacements can sometimes take a little time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured that. It's kind of the same. It seems like across living here in Northern Arizona. So, okay, those are my questions. And my only comments are that congratulations on the 2024 accomplishments and the creative solutions that you guys have done, and on the department goals and outlook. Helping the county continue to maintain a balanced budget and investigate revenue opportunities. I appreciate that. I mean, I really do. And thank you for having that as one of your goals. Very supportive of that. And thank all of you out there for all the work. So you guys are on the floor above us, and I don't see you. Yeah. So, I mean, we're like that close, and yeah, so it's actually good seeing you here today. So thank you.
I would like to just a challenge when everybody goes upstairs, do like 1, 2, 3, and then jump and see if we can hear it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and that's all, but seriously, thank you, all of you, for the work you do.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Your, the grants being managed, that's 100 participants. That's a lot. And I know that, I think several years ago, we had to really go through that and make sure they're all aligned. And so I think working on that over the years has really paid off. And also the ARPA dollars, you know, that's a big conversation that's going on in the country now in local governments, and making sure that they're all used and not sent back to the government. There was even a conversation if it was going to be repealed, but happily that it's not happening, I don't think. But we're still in the process of, now we're at a point of closing it out. And even that one had to figure out how, you had to figure out how to manage that. That has been a huge challenge, and just to all your staff to figure out all of that. That is, you're amazing to be able to get that, and also to receive an award every year for your budget management. I think that's just amazing work that you're doing. And then NACO has NACO Edge, and part of that NACO Edge is that is the Prime, Amazon Prime. That's part of that. I know that NACO has been encouraging the counties to take advantage of those programs that are offered through that NACO Edge, so that that counties can save money. And so that Amazon Prime is part of that. So I guess you had to set up a way to manage that. So yeah, new things come along and you have to manage that. And then just helping us all out with our own budget. Really appreciate that, and just across the board, and just making sure that we're all aligned. So thank you. And I want to thank all the staff as well. Good to see you all, and being able to work with everybody across all the departments across the county. So really, really appreciate that. And then now we're back to grants. Now we're at another pivotal point where grants may be cut all of a sudden, and that's another challenge that you have before you. And then every case, it just is, you tackle it and you figure out how you're going to do it. And then I was wondering about your staff being being that it's challenged to hire staff. We heard about the trades skill. Is this part of a hard to fill position? Is that the reason why? Is that where we're at with these staff now? Or is it that we're just, is it like we don't have that many in the world, I guess, finance people now?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor and members of the board. Actually, there is a lot of information out there in the accounting community about the accounting pipeline. It was a while ago now, but they had changed the requirements, for example, to become a CPA to a master's requirement. You can't sit for the CPA exam without a master's degree. And what that did was, not everyone wants to be a CPA if they go into accounting. However, fewer people kind of seeing that as a requirement have gone into the field as a result. So the accounting field itself is still looking at, modifications again to enhance that pipeline. But what they found, now that it's been several years since that was implemented, was really a constriction of people who were even starting out in, say, kind of bookkeeping specialty areas, or starting out in accounting that maybe, didn't complete all the way through. But when you have fewer people from the starting point as well getting those skills, it just affects it all the way down the road. And I know they're working on that, but again, then there's a delay. So I guess, living in Flagstaff as well, there's only, there's a pool, right, of people who are interested in government accounting, and we've certainly traded people across government organizations quite a bit, but it's a challenge.
I only ask that because, you know, we, number of years ago, we approached the universities and working to work with us because these are areas, these are positions that need to be filled and we're just not getting them. And working with them to maybe funnel the students, the graduates out in our direction. I was just wondering if maybe we need to go in that route again, even with the trades, you know, going to these trade schools and seeing if we might be able to recruit from there. And yeah, cost of living and transportation is huge, is a lot. That's a big factor here. Thank you.
Well, if I could highlight, like, certainly a success story from us in looking at recent grads from NAU. Dominic came to us from NAU, and he's been, how long have you been here? A couple of years now. Super great addition to our team, huge asset for sure. And so we do want to do that as much as possible. But then when we look at, you know, kind of the vacancies that are up on the screen, we have 2 manager level positions. So there's only so much we can do with someone who's, you know, more fresh out of college compared to, you know, it just all depends on where the vacancy lives and what we can do there.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Siri. I think finance has a lot on its shoulder, compliance and ensuring that there's your policy is being updated. And I think it goes for every department. You know, we have to make sure that our compliance, our policies are updated, and even procedures of how we do things, and so that we have that we can go by that. It should always be current. Any little thing that's coming down the pipeline should be in, and then the policy should be in the policy. So, and then basically train the staff with that so that, you know, everyone is aware of it. But I just want to talk about your strength and how, you know, you really have you're looking at your strength as a highly qualified personnel with deep institutional knowledge and diverse subject matters across the whole division. I think that's very important, you know, to have as a strength within your organization. And then also the operational foundations, strong financial policy tools that focus on compliance, accuracy, and efficiency. So that means a lot, because if you don't go by that, then your funds, you know, if you don't go by what they want from you, you know, especially grants, you're not going to be able to get funded again. And to ensure that we continue with the grants, then we need to be in compliant. And collaborative culture too, commitment to fostering healthy the interdepartmental relationship and maintaining a supportive, cooperative work environment. You know, I think that's the wish of everybody. Either you know, the board feels that way, the staff, and then the managers, whoever's in the organization. You know, and this morning I talked about customer service trainings for across the board for all staff members. And so I just want to say that those are very important. But, you know, the threats are real too, you know, the funding cuts and all others that not following not being in compliance, and the new GASF, you know, rules and things like that. You know, those are all, you know, things that we really need to consider. But I feel that you guys are working at it, and you have some opportunities that are there too for everyone, you know, to be in compliant with and follow. So I just want to say thank you. And it's good to do a SWOT analysis. You know, when I first came board as a board of supervisor, that's what I did with my job. You know, what are all the strengths and weaknesses, opportunities, threats that are out there that we felt. And then from that, we did a plan of what we wanted to tackle and how we were going to work with the communities out there that we serve. So that kind of I just feel that those are the things that I wanted to bring up. And and then recruitment is they have a lot of recruitment places, like at the schools, you know, like you had secured one through NAU. You know, there's colleges out there that have recruitments, and I know that like Twin Arrows, they do that. They just hire on the spot too. You know, when you go there, I worked over there for like 4 days, and went to work Tuesday, Friday, and here Monday morning. COVID shut down that place, so
I went to work Monday morning, there's nobody there, and I thought, what's going on here? Walked in and nobody was there. So anyway, I can say at least I can add that to my resume. But anyway.
Well, if you'd like to be an accountant.
and then we talked about travel claims. You know, I think there may be a backup in that from what I understand. You know, you I don't know how many people you have working on travel claims and stuff like that. But again, you know, everyone knows each other's jobs, and that's the way, you know, just getting everybody oriented and then you learn each other's jobs. So when you have somebody that's leaving that's interested in that job, you know, they can take it, or, you know, they can fill in for that person when they're not there. And I assume that's, you know, already happening. So thank you for all the hard work. I know overseeing health programs, infrastructure, and the school district and others, health, you know, I see a lot of this thing, oversight of the HR program. So I just want to say it's hard, it's complicated. And finance and HR, you know, those are the base, the four pillars, you know, of an organization. And so knowing that, it makes knowing your policies, everything, you know, it makes the job a lot easier. And the best thing is to make sure that your staff are informed, you know, across the board, and everybody knows and singing the same tune, so to speak. So thank you so much for your staff that are here, and the ones that are not here, just tell them that, you know, we appreciate them, and that, you know, we're and continue the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments? So, any closing remarks, Siri?
Oh, if I had known I would have the opportunity, I would have come up with a joke, but I don't have any. So nope, I guess we're good.
All right, good. Well, thank you very much. And thank your staff. It was great to meet some of you. Good to see others. And appreciate all of you. Really appreciate
Okay,
what
I
you
have
do
one.
for Coconino.
Okay,
Oh, we
just
got a
real-
joke.
we got a
Wait
joke.
a minute.
Okay, because I know everybody's been cold, and so I don't know if you know what you should do when you're cold. Not except for chair. So just a tip for the future is you should go stand in the corner because it's always 90 degrees. Okay.
Okay. So members of the board, I know it's listed as a break. I don't know if we really need one. And that's the case. I would like just to go forward. And it looks like next is workforce development. And is that correct, County Manager?
That is correct, Chair
All right,
Horseman and
I
members
s-
of the board.
I see
Yeah.
Billy's here
We are
and
here.
some of his staff members are here. So
Yeah.
I think we should go forward.
Great. We are pulling up the presentation, and I believe Kim Musselman will lead us off with some opening comments.
Great. Thank you, Chair Horseman. While Billy comes up to the podium, just a couple of comments with respect to Workforce Investment Act. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity is a program that is completely funded by federal dollars. The budget is tied to the amount anticipated by each category, including personnel, operating, and travel. As such, there are no increments or carryover requests from WIOA. The county does provide $10,000 per year in supplemental general fund support for expenses that support WIOA program, that support the WIOA program, but are not grant eligible expenses. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Francis.
Is this on? Testing. There you go. There we go. Thank you, Kim. Thank you so much, Chair and Vice Chair and Board. It's good to see everyone today. And before I get started, I think we got a couple of people here. We're a small but mighty team, Board. So we have with us today our Assistant Director, Ms. Regina Salas. Regina serves as our Assistant Director, and she is our Rapid Response Coordinator. And she also works our Northern Arizona Good Job Network grant. So we're happy to have Regina here. We also have a part of our team, Ms. Yanzi Liu. Just to keep it real simple, Yanzi is the glue that holds it all together. And so we're happy for her to be a part of our team today. We have one team member, Mr. Stephen Reyna, who's our program manager. He's not with us today, but you keep him in your thoughts and your prayers. But also we're here. We have a couple of our board members that are here today, and we're excited about that. We have our board chair, Mr. Bruce Sobchak, who has taken some time to join us today. Thank you so much, Chair, for joining us today. We also have our vice chair, Ms. Gail, who is over Econa, the chair over Econa. We thank you so much, Gail, for joining us today. And so we're going to get started. We're not going to hold you back. So our org chart is very simple and very just generic. As you see at the bottom, that our org chart is still being drafted by our Workforce Development Board and our county attorney. And so we're excited about that. But what we wanted to identify is, we wanted to identify that we do have a new Title I adult and youth service provider, and that's Eckerd Connect. And we recently just brought in a one-stop operator just about a year or two ago in Chicana por La Casa CPLC. Eckerd Connect, they have a team of 5, and they just recently hired a program director, which is Miss Sandra Darling. Sandra, if you're aware of who that is, she used to run the Goodwill program in the county, and she's just recently joined our team, and so we're excited about that. If you're unaware about the WIOA program, the Title I program, they're just the boots on the ground program. They deliver direct workforce services to our community, and they help job seekers with career services, job training, job placement, and they also assist our employers with recruitment and job placement needs. If you're unfamiliar with what our one-stop operator do, the one-stop operator they ensure that the different partners that makes up the workforce program, public program in Coconino County, which is Titles 2, 3, and 4, that they work together as a team seamlessly so that they can provide those resources and benefits to our employers and to our community members. I simply added the federal responsibility and funding flow because sometimes it's not clearly understanding how we get our dollars straight into the county. And so that money does come from the Department of Labor, and it is given to the governor of the state of Arizona, who has identified the Workforce Arizona Council as her federal grant recipient. That money is then divvied out to 12 local workforce development boards, which Coconino County does serve as one. The grant recipient and physical responsibility does fall upon our chief elected officials, which is our Board of Supervisors. That funding is then given to our contractors, which we have just identified those individuals. Some of the accomplishments that we were excited about highlighting today is we were able to implement the Atlas virtual kiosk that allows us to have referrals. What was unique about Coconino County when we first got here is that we have such a large county, but we were still doing paper referrals. And a lot of those referrals were kind of just getting lost in transaction for no particular reason. With that Atlas virtual kiosk, what we did is we have between 16 and 18 kiosks that we're going to be collaborating with different entities within Coconino County to put the kiosks so that we can now meet individuals in their community, in their respective places, and connect them to the workforce services and their dollars. Another one that we're excited about was we were able to secure $1.8 million of one-time funding that is coming to an end at the end of this fiscal year, just to support some workforce initiatives and other different programs. Another one that we're excited about is we're working with CCC and NAU to really work on creating solid career pathways with their training programs and with our employers in Coconino County. And we're definitely excited about that. We were able to conduct a minimum wage study for Coconino County, trying to get a better understanding what the impact of the minimum wage increase in Coconino County, how it was felt among our employers, and how did our community members feel about that. That was very important to us as the Coconino County Workforce Development Board, because it allows us to look at our policies and our procedures and how we serve Coconino County to make sure that we're aligned with what's going on in our community. One of the other accomplishments that I failed to put on the sheet was we were able to, through our incumbent worker training program, we was able to help 6 employers so far in Coconino County. We've spent over $140,000 in assisting those, And that $140,000 has went to upskilling and reskilling 80 employers in 6 of our major employers that makes Coconino County. Titles 1, 2, 3, and 4 in 2024 has put 102 people in jobs across the county. And that is just in high wage, high demand jobs. That's not individuals that's coming in for seasonal jobs or just individuals coming in for resume assistance. So we're excited about that. I always like to bring our attention to what the hallmarks of excellence is for workforce development. If we're doing our jobs and we're doing it effectively, that means that we're making data-driven decisions that are shaped in real times, that meeting the needs of our local employers and our businesses like tourism and healthcare, and the career goals of our residents. Also, if we want to always remain customer focused and always constantly improving, prioritizing excellent service for both job seekers and employers, constantly adapting and better serving our community as our community better evolves is something that's going to be extremely effective and important to us. The way the workforce right now is very unique for us in Coconino County, but it's not just us. Our workforce is rapidly changing. Our landscape is rapidly changing, so we have to continuously be evolving in the efforts that we in the services that we provide to our communities, so that we can meet the needs of those employers. And then we have to always remember to have a regional impact that actively contributes to the area's economic growth and community development. One of the exciting things that we've done with the business and job seekers is we're being very intentional, board. We're being very intentional the way we build our workforce development board now. We're putting heavy focus towards going out and meeting our employers and really connecting with C-suite employers so that we can have those decision makers in our board so that they can continue to have us make sure that we utilize our dollars to make an impact in the changes in our community. We're building a strong regional economy. We have partnered with Pinal County because we found ourselves to have the same one-stop operator and the same Title I-B service provider. So we have some alignment there where we can use the expertise in both of the teams to have some training and upskilling of our own teams within the 2 counties so that we can strengthen those community and those training opportunities. In our SWOT analysis, we identified a couple of things that we think are important to the success of our initiative. We have convening power. We believe that at the local workforce development board, that we have the opportunity to bring together a diverse group of stakeholders, businesses, job seekers, organization, and government to really address the workforce needs in Coconino County Collaborative, and we believe that's important to us. And another one that I would like to identify in those strengths is we are building, continue to build those strong partnerships with educational institutions as we continue to collaborate with K through 12 community college and universities to continue to develop relevant training and career pathways in our local workforce board so that we can continue to meet the needs of our employers, or we can continue to work with them to develop those training opportunities that will meet those employers exactly where they are. Some of our weaknesses that we identified is, and you've heard it several times in the last couple of days, is we have a heavy reliance on federal and state dollars, and those dollars are very inconsistent right now. Have WIOA been directly impacted by the changes? And we have not received any information that we will be directly impacted. But those partners that are called gold standard partners to us, like Title II, Adult Aid, like HHS and things of that nature, when those programs, if those programs are impacted, there is a heavy indirect impact to our program that is going to allow us to have to reimagine workforce development in a different way and allow us to be innovative in the way that we serve our communities. Obviously, workforce housing is always a concern in Northern Arizona, and it's a concern for a different reason for us, is because as we continue to pour funding into our community colleges and our university to give ourselves in Northern Arizona a skilled pipeline of workers, those workers as was related to, as Siri stated, they, even though they got their degree, they don't necessarily have the skills. They're not bringing in the income necessarily to be self-sustainable in Northern Arizona. So what we find ourselves is every year refilling that workforce gap, trying to find that opportunity to meet the needs of our employers and our local community. Some of the opportunities that we have with the constant cuts in workforce development, we're looking at maybe opportunities to really do a sector approach. Maybe looking at what are those sectors that are extremely important to Northern Arizona and Coconino County. How can we impact those sectors so that we can really show the impact in the resources that we're pouring as far as getting those individuals skilled and reskilled? And really begin to point our attention towards entrepreneurships in the ecosystem so we can invest in startup programs and small programs within our community so that we can really help those individuals that live in Coconino County already to live out those dreams and build that pipeline or that business. Some of the threats that we identify is there's a labor shortage. There's a labor shortage in Northern Arizona, and we are the Workforce Development Board, and our initiative is to train, reskill, and upskill. And sometimes it's hard to find individuals even to provide those services to. There's a constant reduction in WIOA funds. Every year for the last couple of years, we've had about a 10% decrease. And there's the increase in minimum wage, which we're still trying to identify. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for our employers or for our community as it relates for that? Our job is to find out what that information is and share it so that we can make the best educated decisions when it comes to workforce development. Oh, yeah, I broke it. There you go. Let's see. Appreciate you. All righty. Some of the creative solutions and partnerships that we believe that has been very important to us, and we were able to partner with the Northern Arizona Good Job Network, and that's an opportunity to bring stability and career growth to Coconino County by aligning with employers committed to fair wages and benefits, aim to improve the overall economic well-being of the local workforce and reduce reliance on low-paying jobs. Northern Arizona Good Job Network is funding that was able to come into the county that is allowing us to work with employers and the universities and community college to identify good jobs in Northern Arizona, and we're putting funding behind those employers that are willing to participate in that. We also have strengthened our partnership with the National Association of Workforce Boards. We've utilized that partnership to make sure that with all the different trends and changes that's going on in workforce development throughout the country, that we're keeping our finger on the pulse and really connecting with the experts in that field so that we get those resources so that we can come back and implement those changes, or at least connect to those opportunities as we begin to pivot to make sure that we're ahead of that so that we can constantly begin to tap into those resources and those opportunities for the people of Coconino County. Another thing that we were excited about is that we partner with the Arizona Association of Lifelong Learners. With the impact that is coming to Title II in our adult learning, we believe that's important for us to continue to connect with those individuals since our funds have not yet been impacted, that we can continue to meet those individuals and these adults where they are so that we can connect them to the training and the job opportunities so that they can become self-sufficient. One of the final one that I'll mention is we were able to utilize some of the one-time funding to create CoconinoWorks.org, and that's CoconinoWorks.org, and that's a website that we have developed so that we can simplify the message of how do you connect with the local workforce and the opportunities that's in that pipeline. We believe that sometimes the message is not clear on how to access these workforce dollars, and I know for a fact the common message is we did not know that these services were available, and that's wherever you go, and it's not a Coconino County thing. It's just a workforce thing. We don't do a good job of promoting and branding ourselves the way we need to. We want to thank the county because we do partner with Siri and her team in order to do our budget every year, as we don't have a business manager and the county does serve as that. And so we're excited about the work that they're doing, and we've come a long way in our budget. And if you know anything about the WIOA budget, just when you think you figured it out, you realize how lost you really are. And so it's like peeling back a layer. What our budget up here is simplified. It tells you that we're going to have some cuts in some areas due to the budget cuts. We're going to have just a little bit more money in our adult pipeline to serve those adults in our community. The budget also tells you that our budget is sometimes going to dictate where our priorities are. We're going to have a heavy focus on dislocated worker if the budget stays the way it's trending. And dislocated workers are individuals that have lost their job for no fault of their own, or their doors have closed and it would become, or business closures. We help those individuals. Some of the funding on our budget that is going to be going away is that WIOA one-time funding that exhausts itself come June 30th. And then if you see the zero balance in the WIOA Summer Youth CTE, next time we have this conversation, that number is going to look a little different because that service is just now starting to ramp up as school is going to close, and we're going to have that money to serve our community and our community summer youth program. And then, of course, you heard me refer to the Northern Arizona Good Job Network. That $50,000 is going to be going away at the end of this fiscal year as we transition into the next phase of that service. Some of the goals, so just to be clear, and I was a little unclear on the goals for the Workforce Development Board was pulled directly from the local plan. And when we make our goals, we make them from FY26 all the way to 28 as we have, we do. So some of the goals that we've identified is we want to increase services to businesses. We have to reimagine workforce development in the way we're talking to business. So it's going to be very important for us to provide enhanced services to business and support to preserve the region. But what's going to also be important in that effort is we have to tweak what workforce development looks like so that our businesses are able to understand that these services are for them and we're not sounding so governmental when we're in our approach. So really look at the way we're explaining that. We're looking to increasing educational opportunities. We want to align as many programs at our university and our community colleges, and not just CCC and NAU, but just really tap into all of those colleges and training programs that serve Coconino County to build as many pathways where we can get training that's connected to opportunities of the employers in our community so that we can be a resource to our community members to eliminate that barrier of paying for education because of that alignment. We want to increase services in our rural areas. Coconino County is vast and is big, but we do have to build our relationship with our indigenous communities and workforce development boards. And we have to make sure that because of the broadband challenges that we have to make sure that we find a way to reach our communities where they're at and all throughout Coconino County. And we know that's something that we have to do, because if we're not going to be able to bring brick and mortar to every one of our communities that make up our county. So we're going to have to lean on AI and all of the different things that we're scared of in this general day, so that we can meet our community in our different in our different location. Also, we want to increase brand awareness. It's going to be very important that we continue to make people aware of the services that we can provide to not only the community members, but to the employers. And we have to empower individuals to access those supports. Workforce development and the workforce development system is bigger than Title I, ECHR Connect, and CPLC. There's a team that makes up the workforce development system. Our budget is not big enough, and our team is not big enough to serve all of Coconino County and serve it effectively. So we lean on adult ed. We lean on voc rehab. We lean on workforce services. that are Titles 2, 3, and 4 to be the partners that we need in order to serve all our community. And then one of the goals that I left off of the sheet was to create a workforce system that is tailored to specific needs of the community. The workforce program is only as good as the people that understand how to utilize it. If we continue just to be workforce development and continue to force our message of who we are and why you should utilize us, but we don't ever tailor it to the way that our community can take that information and absorb it and utilize it to the benefits when their family or their businesses need it, then we're doing a disservice to our community. So we're going to be looking for ways to really say we're doing things, and we understand that it may be upskilling, but it may be something very catered to. So we're going to be looking at ways for our message to be very specific to the individuals who have to utilize it. And very quickly, that's my presentation, and I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I have I have a question. I'll probably make some comments at the end, but one of my questions is you had indicated you have this Atlas virtual kiosk.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that up and running yet?
Yes, so we just did our, and thank you for the question, Chair. We just had the opportunity to pilot it. So before we put it all out in the community, we wanted to make sure all the bugs were out. We're excited. We're excited because we put it out for one trial period in our American Job Center, and we had 120 people register, and that's the most we've ever had in a month.
The American Job Center?
Yes, so the American Job Center is our 4th Street location where all of our partners are. So when you speak of the Workforce Public Center, we operate out of the American Job Center that is on 4th Street. Some will know it as the DES office, some will know it as the unemployment office. But inside those doors, it's I'm not gonna say a whole new world of opportunities and resources and funding.
So is it, so I understand it was there, is it there now?
It's there now.
Okay, so it's up and running.
It's up and running.
All right, good. And so if somebody had, was looking to get connected with you, get connected with training, get connected with job placement, they could use this virtual kiosk center?
Yes, they can use the virtual kiosk chair, and they can go to coconinoworks.org, and there's a place to put in their name and contact, and it comes directly to our desk, and we'll refer them to a case manager.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other comments, questions from members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Well, it's nice meeting you. I'm new supervisor, and this has been, in addition to just the budget process, it has been an education on what all of the departments do. Honestly, I really didn't know that much. I know a whole lot more about your department now and what you do than I did 30 minutes ago. And I'm glad that I do. One of the questions that I had, it was on threats, on the SWOT analysis. And you said that there's a lack of business engagement. Can you expound on that? Like how does business engagement look, and why is there a lack of it? Maybe that's a better rephrase of the question.
So thank you for that question, board member. So it's just a lack of understanding. It's kind of like your statement, right? Sometimes they just don't know. Sometimes they just don't know how the workforce board can serve them, and maybe they've had bad experiences or the process was too slow. And so what we've seen is, so in the employers that know about us, they use us heavily. But there's a large percentage of the employers in Coconino County that don't engage. For instance, we just did the minimum wage update, and it was to get the minimum wage impact. We reached out to employers, and we wanted to get their information on what it feels, and we had a very low turnout compared to the amount of employers that's in Coconino County. So we believe that just the lack of understanding and the lack of knowledge of what the workforce board is and how it can serve the employers has led to maybe minimum impact. But I believe I see that changing the last couple of months.
how would an employer know about you? And do you have employers throughout all sectors, you know, whether it be hospitality, restaurants, medical? I mean, is it across the board?
Yes, so our board is made up of 51% employers. And so we have a majority of the individuals. I don't believe we have healthcare, but for the majority, yes, we have employers from each sector of our community.
So then how would like the individual businesses, like how would a business owner know about the services that you have and to engage with you, to connect with you? How would they know that?
So members of our board is also economic development and chamber of commerces. We also have business service reps that are a part of each one of our core partners that are in the community. Tell them about it. So it's almost word of mouth in our board members that are those chambers. They tell, and we go and speak at those events as well as they're our advocates in the community as well.
Okay. Something that I really appreciated, and I think it might have been in your goals, I'm not sure, but you were talking about how getting out a Flagstaff. And I will tell you that I'm District 3, and a lot of my communities are not in Flagstaff. There's 2 neighborhoods that are in Flagstaff. And so I'm glad to know that you're getting out into these other areas. So let me just throw out a location and see if there's any engagement there, like maybe in the Williams area. Are you guys doing anything there?
Yes, so we try to, especially during the summer, we go out and we visit all of those areas like Williams to make sure we get youth from those areas to participate in the summer program. But that's also an important reason why we have those kiosks now, where we're going to be able to connect with individuals like you to identify those places in your region, that we can place those kiosks so that your community can connect to those workforce opportunities that we didn't have.
Right. Okay. That's good information. Thank you. Like I know so much more than I did 30 minutes ago. Not kidding you. So this has been very good. That's all of the questions that I have. And with just, I'm going to say kind of my limited understanding, you guys do a great work. It's basically getting out there and letting people know about it, to bring them in so you can connect employers with employees. Yeah. Okay. Well, great. Thank you. And thank you for the staff and board who are here.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you.
You have to hold it here. Thank you for the presentation. I'm really glad, you're really moving forward with this program with the help of your staff. I feel that you're doing a lot for the communities. And I also feel like, your accomplishments speaks for itself. And so I just want to, you did job placements, you worked with different, you got an award for this, your program got a silver award for branding campaign highlighting effectiveness of, outreach and community strategies and stuff like that. So it takes a lot of work to be doing a lot of things and then trying to run a program and trying to ensure that there's funds for it. So I just want to thank you all for really reaching out and running with it. And I want to thank the board members that are here too, because it takes others, to really help and to understand and to assist and to give some direction, approve things that you bring to them, to ensure that it's something that they would like to see in the communities too. So I just want to say that, I really enjoyed the presentation. There's a lot that has been accomplished. You weren't sitting right behind your desk and just sitting there twiddling your thumbs for sure. I just feel that, there's a lot of work that has been done, and then getting the kiosk going. Certainly outreach is very important too. We just need to get that out. And then certainly, the organizational chart is still, I understand, was being reviewed by the attorneys and stuff like that. So, we'll get that straightened out somehow, with Andy's help. And I just want to say thank you. There's so much accomplishment, so many directions, there's so many compliance things that you need to do. You're helping students that don't really know
what they really want to do, but you're probably giving them a lot of information to make them want a job in their field of interest. So I just want to say thank you overall. I don't have any questions for you, but I just offer the presentation. I appreciate everything that you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Definitely appreciate the goals of increasing services and education opportunities, and especially to our rural areas, as you know. That's so crucial. Even though we have 60% of our population in Coconino County and the local Metro Flagstaff area, we can't forget about those rural areas in our communities. So it's so important that you're providing those services. I did have a question from well, kind of conferring with my colleague, how do we find, like, if you're an employer and you want to find some of these services, how do you find it online?
So we do have CoconinoWorks.org. We understood, Chair Vasquez, that it was just too difficult to maneuver through the way the websites were set up through the state and different things. And so we use some of that funding to simplify. So when you have the opportunity, please go to CoconinoWorks.org, and it's everything that we do. It's all the programs that's coming up. It's how you connect. And as long as they have access to emails, access to the internet, they can access us. But also it's word of mouth. So if you connect with an employer and you know that they need the help of the workforce, and I ask that you please reach out to me, and we'll make sure that we get out to that employer and we connect them to the resources face to face.
Great, thank you. And then the other thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is the compensation study, the minimum wage study. If you could just make some comments on that, of what was found and what's the plan moving forward.
Absolutely. So what the minimum wage study, the goal of the minimum wage is, we understood that there was some impacting going on, and we had seen a minor increase in rapid response services in our community. And what I'm telling you, board members, is rapid response activates when a business closes doors and the employers are impacted. When we had a couple of those happen, we began to just kind of look into the layout of the land, which brought us to the minimum wage. We also had the encouragement. As I mentioned earlier, our board is made up of 51% employers, and so they encourage us to do impact. What the impact has shown us, and I don't have it in front of me, Chair. A board member, I don't have it, but it basically told us that our small businesses are struggling. They're struggling to keep up with the trends of the minimum wage, and we're having an increase in business closures because of that. But we also understand, as the workforce board, that small businesses is the lifeline of our community. And so, but it also tells us that even with the increase in the minimum wage, according to the community, that even with those increases, that their buying power still went down, and they're not receiving the benefits or the kickback that they thought they was going to receive, because the prices of the things that they desired are going up all around them. So that's just some of the things that we found in that.
Great, thank you. And then the final thing is, I'm really curious to see when the new contractor or vendor Eckhart, when they can come and give us some numbers now that they've had some time to get settled in and get the program going, so that way we can get some more regular updates.
Absolutely, we can make that happen.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler, do you have any comments?
Yeah, hi, Billy. Thank you, and thanks for staff being here. Yeah, we've had workforce development all these years, and then you came, and you have really changed workforce development from where it was to where it is now. Thank you. It's almost like a 360 to change. Thank you for board members. You've done a lot of work. I know that you all had to do a lot of research, figure out where do we want to go, because it was in a different place, and then this is where you are today. So thank you for your board members, and you've really gone out intentionally to recruit board members from small businesses, because we were having a hard time getting small businesses on the board. They didn't see the value on that. And then out into the rural, to our communities, and then you traveling out into the communities. That is a really and then participating in all the other projects like the moon project, the moonshine. No, that's not moonshine. Yeah, you really started participating, showing, going to Fredonia, showing up in Page and really supporting and just really starting to really pay attention also to the impact of the shutdowns of businesses, and shutdown of NGS. We have that study legislation. Hopefully it passes. It's still alive. It's in governor and the appropriations committee's hands. Hopefully we get that study, and that will really bring a lot of light. And then doing your study, like the impact of the minimum wage increase, if that didn't happen, what would it be like? Would it be that the housing increase still going up and the minimum wage, we'd lose more people that way? Or, you kind of have to wonder about that. But it did pass, and we're still dealing with it. Now, I think the federal cuts I don't think the federal cuts that are happening, the market is going to impact our businesses. It's impacting individuals, families. So therefore, if the costs increase, how is that going to impact the workers and just our own local market? And are we going to, we don't like it when the rapid response has to be triggered. That's like emergency management, opening up the EOC. That's really what you do. You open up EOC and you try to help these businesses or employees that are impact, and the businesses help them close their doors and help the employees to find other jobs. That's difficult, and that's really emotional because those are emotional times. And want to thank all the staff that have to go through that. And it's hard. I know it is, because we went through that with NGS. It was really, really difficult, and we're still dealing with that today. So I want to just appreciate the amount of work that you have done and this board has done to really improve our workforce development organization and the website. I'm looking at the website right now. Yes, the state of Arizona's website is terrible. I'm really happy you guys opened this up, and then at the national level, at the state and national level, we're working at the national level together, and I really appreciate that. I think it's just so important. Now we've got to advocate. Our resolution's going to be opening up, and maybe we can introduce resolution to continue to support our workforce development. But it's really, really important that we just, I think what the board is doing, and continue to advocate, write letters to our congressional delegation, the importance and the value of workforce development. Because where else does somebody go to fill an application out, or if they find that they're at a place where they feel like they have that re-career, you're there to help them. You're helping businesses as well as the people trying to look for jobs and finding training. So I just think that it's just really labor shortage. We've been talking about that. It's skilled workers and specialty workers. We got to really address that in some way. And we have been having meetings on that. Want to continue working on that. And then, yeah, I think we need to address the funding and really try to advocate on that, and continue to work with our local businesses and to get them more engaged. And so, but I think that the strength you kind of didn't you stepped over yourself and your board on the string and your staff. I think you've all done a great job. I really enjoy working with all of you. I think you're out in the community, and the communities really appreciate you. So, and just I think you're doing a great job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks. I have a couple comments as well. And first and foremost, I think you can hear from the board that we all absolutely support the importance of workforce development and, being the convener of workforce system partners as it's listed, including employment, job opportunities, training, ed programs, provide economic growth. We're all there with you. And I think you know that. The goals for fiscal year 2026, absolutely support these totally. But we need to have more communication. And the bottom line here is that there has been, ever since I've been on this board, a real question as to what is the role of the Board of Supervisors with regards to workforce development. Not because, we don't care about it, but because we care about it. And because of that, we need to have a clear understanding of who's responsible for what, who's overseeing what, and we need more communication from you to the board as to what's going on. That's first and foremost. And again, it's because we care, because we think this is important for our county, that we need this to have happen. So I'm looking forward to getting that IGA in place, getting an organizational chart in place, developing a good, proactive, professional relationship with you and your board, quite frankly. I think it'd be great to meet on a quarterly basis just to find out what's going on. So a couple of comments I would make. It's real hard to find you guys. And I know that we're in the process of getting the county website. Our website's not very good either. So I'm not sure which is worse, the Arizona State or the county website, but we're in the process of changing that. And, when you go and you're looking at Coconino County, and if you try to find any of this, you aren't going to find it on our website. There should at least be something from our website to get you to here. Your website looks a lot better, a lot more user-friendly. I'm also very excited about those kiosks. I'm glad that they're going to move just beyond, 4th Street. It's going to be important to get those across the country. I'm across the county, good. Across the county. And yet, I know there will be some people that are not proficient, technology proficient. They may have problems with it. So I think that's where you need to do a little bit more branding and getting the word out. And by the way, you got great people on your board. John Connolly, you got a really wonderful one there, but you have wonderful people on your board. And I know that I know many of them. I've worked with many of them over the years. They are just top notch. And I'm sure they're very good at getting that word out, but more needs to be done. And so I look forward to the kiosks. I'm hoping that you're working with our folks on getting information in through our website. I look forward to a clear understanding as to the respective roles. And I look forward to hearing how you're doing on these goals going forward, because I love these goals. I want these goals to be met. And I want to make sure that we're a partner with you to help get these goals met. And you're right, we're in really difficult times right now. And you've got a program that's all federally funded. And you're also right, your programs are probably going to be defined by your funding as we go forward. So that's another thing. We just need to be kept in the loop as to what's happening. So, it's a very important what you're doing, very important goals that you want to realize, and we want to see them realized too. So look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, good. Thank you, Billy. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
And for the board members that are here, thank you for being here. Thank you for all you do. Really appreciate it. And staff is here too. Thank you so much. So members of the board, I guess we're taking a break, but nobody called a break. She's already hitting it. I don't need to. We've got Gavel Junior. All right. Well, it's 3 o'clock. We can take a break and we can go forward. I think we're okay to go forward, aren't we? So, why don't we proceed? I think this is a little bit of part of the wrap up. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair Horseman, members of the board. So anything that we've taken notes today, anything specifically that you would like to put on the list to follow up on as we prepare for Friday, which is our wrap up day, based on what you've heard today.
You know, the thing about the Workforce Development Board, and it's good to meet with them and to see what their, that's okay. They can hear this is public. Is that there's not a lot in terms of their budget is 100% going to be determined by federal programs or federal monies, and that will define their programs. So I don't see this as much a part of our budget discussion, but for further discussions, we really need to get that IGA and understanding as to what our role is and what their role is. And then we can start building that, relationship and hopefully, meet regularly and find out what's going on. So anyway, so I'm not sure we need to put it on that list. But it's just something that we want to make sure we've got in the background.
Well, and I think one of the things that you'll notice, Chair, on that list is some of those things are for future anyway. Like we hear you and you want to have future conversations, that it's not just about the budget. So I think we can put it on there, but
Sure.
then make sure that that's a
All right,
future.
well then that should be put on, put it on there. So Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just say that I know this is not part of, it's all federal dollars, but just you notice summer programs for youth. The board when the board had some dollars, we have allocated some funding for summer youth programs. I just want to just mention that, and I don't think this year we have the money, but just if there's any change somewhere it falls out, maybe out of the 15.5 million, there's some sand still in our hands.
The one that you just let go of.
And quite frankly, that's one of the things for our CI funds. Some of us have put some CI funds into some separate programs, and moving forward with the changes that we're making on our organizational versus CI, that may be something we as a board want to talk about for that 25,000 that we will have for CI, which is not a lot. And so we may want to talk about how do we want to utilize that? Do we want to combine some of it together for a specific program, like, such as a summer youth program? So just a thought. All right. Any other add on to the follow-up items?
That's exactly what, okay, you can acknowledge me.
I'm going to acknowledge Supervisor Begay.
That's exactly what I was gonna say, they're talking about summer students, working and stuff like that. I would like to ask Andy to kind of look into that, and then we can do, our briefing on it to see, I think it's very important to, get that going for students, because a lot of students are fortunate to, be doing what they want to do with, they need, if their necessities at schools and their classes, their books or whatever it may be, we can, that's just what I wanted to bring up here. And I think that WIOA has gone a long ways, I just was really surprised, that there was a lot of stuff that has been done and is still being done. So I appreciate that program. So I just want to say thank you.
All right. Any more follow-up items, or is that a pretty good list too?
When Siri returned, she asked if she had missed anything, and I said, in fact, they cut your budget. Sorry.
After that joke she made, absolutely. All right. Well, I think then we've got a pretty good follow-up items list.
Chair Horseman, members of the board, and I note that Tom, Krista, Matt, Helen are all here as well. And I think we noted this during the facilities presentation, but we'll prepare. We have a work session coming up on June 3rd, if I remember correctly. Is that the date? And we'll in fact, a lot of emails on congressionally directed funding now. So we'll have that information prepared, how it impacts our projects, and as a follow-up, if that works, Tom. We'll brainstorm that and meld that a little bit, but let's start thinking about that, if that's fair, Chair Horseman and members of the board.
Sounds good. So, and Tom, I know you're going to be meeting with county management, and then we're coming back to us on capital plan and taking that master facilities plan and seeing, where our priorities moving forward. And it has such there's so many needs, so little money, but there's so many needs with regards to our facilities. And if times were different, I think we could even be looking at things such as bonding, but times aren't different. And so I think it's going to be interesting conversation, and I look forward for continuing conversation with the board. And anything else you all have?
So for tomorrow's schedule, it is a busy schedule, not necessarily all with budget. In the morning, there are various events taking place, one of which is the veteran stand down at the Veterans Home. So note that if you'd like to go. I believe we posted for a quorum for that. And then we start here at 12:15, working lunch with community development, and then assessor, recorder, treasurer tomorrow, and then Friday wrap up. So for wrap up, what we'll be doing tomorrow morning is going through all of these items and preparing a presentation for you on those wrap up items. I don't believe we'll need the whole day, and I know people have our schedules fill in if we don't fill it in ourselves. So I'll definitely need the morning, and we'll see what the afternoon brings, if that works for you.
And I know that Supervisor Fowler's not going to be able to be with us tomorrow. So just something to be aware of as well. So, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, I'm glad to hear that you're saying that Friday, we probably won't need the whole day. I need a hard stop at 4 on Friday, or I have an appointment at 4. So, okay. Just want to put that out there, but it sounds like it's not going to be an issue. Thank you.
So any wrap-ups that you all have?
Anything else, Kim, Erica, Siri? Never mind.
We did kind of the big departments first couple days, and started going to the small but mighty and last day and a half. So I think it's been very good, very informative. Really appreciate hearing from the departments. I really appreciated them bringing their staff and getting to see some of them we've talked to, some of them we've maybe even seen on, teams, but to see them here, it was very nice. I really appreciate that.
Well, do we know what to do with ourselves the rest of the afternoon? It's almost like we just get used to being here and then we can't leave. But we can.
So is it just since we're all here, is everybody other than you, Tammy, going to WIR? Or is the four of us going? Are the four of us going? Good. that- yeah, I know. I mean, this is over and then we immediately go into that. It's craziness. So
That is the 21st Wednesday begins WIR. I will note that's also high school graduations on the 23rd, that Friday. That will be happening in community. There are a few more graduations as well.
it means Tammy has to hold down the fort for the rest of us.
Yeah.
And just an FYI for everybody that is going, that we are going to have a very informal, but an actual organized, which is unbelievable, meeting with the subcommittee for outdoor recreation. We're going to do that on Tuesday, May 20th at 5:30 there at the Lounge and Grill there at the Rushmore Hotel where we're all staying. So for those of you that will be there from Coconino County, I hope you can make it.
And Gregory Nelson will be there to help staff that committee, but with public lands, maybe.
He's not involved in the.
He's not involved.
He's not. He's in the public lands. I'm sure he'll be there.
Yeah.
But he's the Center for Public Lands is what he does. So he won't be staffing that. But I do understand that Greg or that Keith will be there.
Yes, and Sean, I believe.
And Sean and Lucinda Andriani and anybody else from staff going?
I don't think so. I'll be at the graduation. Wanted to note, I don't know, you probably don't know her, Marie Brown, long-term employee with the city of Sedona. City of Sedona actually incorporated in 1988. Marie Brown was employee number one, literally, like she was the first employee of the city. She was a clerk, and she passed away recently. I got a call this morning, so I'll let you know, Supervisor Ontiveros, if there are any arrangements. So she's just kind of been a staple in that community for a very long time. She was a character in a good way. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. So.
And since we're sharing kind of sad news, for those of you who hadn't heard and who knew Jane Nicoletti Jones, she had worked for the county attorney's office as the chief, as one of the senior deputies there. She passed away day before yesterday, and they're going to be having services for her on Friday morning. So just to note that as well. She gone too soon, that's for sure.
So what do you have? Yes, she was a wonderful person. So I had an opportunity to work with her over the years. What do we've got scheduled for tomorrow? What are you going to prepare us for? Other than the morning, we will start then at 12:15, right?
Yes, and we have what we call I think we call it tracks that we have at one time, land-based departments, community development assessor, recorder, and then treasurer as well. So our elected officials with community development.
And it is a 12:15 start. So, and we've set a working lunch. So obviously the expectation, and the department knows as well, that's going to be presenting, that folks will maybe eating while we're talking.
Likely do that. Well, great job as always. Appreciate everybody who stayed and presented today. And as I said, it's been very informative, and I think this has been one of the better organized budget hearings, meetings that we've had. I think it's really gone over and it's been run very well. It's been very helpful, and appreciate all the hard work of Siri and her staff and county management and all the departments. So you make it easy for us. So thank you. We are adjourned till tomorrow.